A Heart Carried on the Wind. Prologue. 2 years before Forks. Jasper's point of view. The duffel bag sat on the bed like a period at the end of a sentence. Jasper Whitlock stood at the window of his room, watching the Maine coastline stretch gray and endless beneath a winter sky. 76 years. That was how long he had been trying to fit himself into a life that Alice had seen for him. 76 years of swallowing down animal blood that sat in his stomach like wet cement. 76 years of feeling everyone else's emotions crash against him while pretending his own did not matter. He was tired in a way that vampires were not supposed to be tired. The room behind him was sparse. He had never accumulated much. A few books. Some maps of places he had been before the Cullens, before Alice, before the diner in Philadelphia, where a tiny woman with knowing eyes had told him she had been waiting. He had believed her then. He had wanted to believe that someone could see a future for him that did not involve blood and war and the screaming of newborns he had trained and then destroyed. Now he understood that Alice's vision had never been about what he needed. It had been about what she wanted. The door opened without a knock. He did not need to turn around to know who it was. The air in the room shifted, buzzing with a frantic energy that pressed against his skin like static electricity before a storm. Anxiety, determination, and beneath it, something sharp-edged and possessive that Alice would never admit to feeling. "You're not actually doing this." Her voice was light, almost musical, but Jasper heard the command underneath it. He turned slowly, keeping his expression neutral. Alice stood in the doorway, her small frame rigid. Her golden eyes locked on the duffel bag as if it had personally offended her. She was beautiful, of course. They all were. Dark hair cut short and stylish, porcelain skin, features that belonged on magazine covers. For decades, he had tried to feel for her what she insisted he should feel. What her visions had promised he would feel. He had failed. "I am," he said quietly. "I saw us, Jasper." She stepped into the room, closing the door behind her with a soft click. "I saw us staying together. I saw us happy. You cannot just decide to change that." The certainty in her voice used to comfort him. Now it felt like a cage. "Your visions show possibilities, Alice, not fate." "My visions show the truth." She moved closer, and the static pressure of her emotions intensified, wrapping around him, seeking purchase. "I have seen our future for 76 years. We belong together. We are mates." Jasper exhaled slowly. This was the crux of it. The lie they had both been living. He cared for Alice. She had given him hope when he had none, had led him to a family that tried to be good, and had believed in him when he could not believe in himself. But caring was not the same as belonging. Gratitude was not the same as love. "We are not mates," he said, and the words came out gentler than he intended. "We never were. You saw a companion, someone to walk beside you into the life you wanted, and I was so desperate for something different that I let myself believe it was the same thing." Alice's emotions spiked, a hot flare of anger wrapped around a cold core of fear. Her face, however, remained composed, almost serene. "You are confused. The animal diet is harder for you than the others. I know that. But leaving will not fix anything. I have seen what happens if you go back to that life." She said the words like they tasted foul. "Peter and Charlotte and their barbaric choices. You will lose yourself, Jasper. You will become the monster you used to be." There it was, the vision she would use against him. He had been waiting for it. "What exactly did you see?" Alice's eyes went distant for a moment, that familiar glaze that meant she was looking at something beyond the present. When she focused again, her expression was triumphant. "I saw you feeding on humans. I saw you covered in blood, alone, with no one to pull you back from the edge. I saw you becoming everything Carlyle helped you leave behind." She reached for his hand, her small fingers cold against his palm. "Stay with me, and I can keep that from happening. I can guide you. I can see the paths and steer you away from the darkness. The manipulation was so familiar it barely stung anymore. For decades, Alice had used her visions like a leash, tugging him back whenever he strayed too far from the future she had chosen for them. If he wanted to travel alone, she saw danger. If he questioned the diet, she saw him slipping. If he tried to make a decision without consulting her first, she saw consequences. He was done being managed. I am not asking for your permission, Alice. He pulled his hand free and stepped back. I'm telling you that I'm leaving. Her composure cracked. Just a little. Just enough for him to see the panic underneath. Jasper, please. Her voice dropped, losing its commanding edge. I know I can be. I know I try to control things. But it's only because I love you. Because I see what could go wrong and I want to protect you. You see what could go wrong for you, he corrected quietly. And you call it protecting me. The silence stretched between them. Alice's emotions churned, a nauseating mix of hurt and anger and desperation that made Jasper's skin feel too tight for his body. He had spent so long absorbing everyone else's feelings that he had nearly forgotten what his own felt like. Somewhere beneath the constant barrage, he thought he might feel relief. Fine, Alice's voice went flat. Cold. Go to Texas. Go play cowboy with Peter and pretend that drinking humans makes you more authentic. But when it falls apart, and it will fall apart, do not expect me to come save you. She turned and walked out without another word. The door closed behind her, and the static pressure of her presence faded, leaving Jasper standing alone in a room that suddenly felt larger. He picked up the duffel bag and slung it over his shoulder. The hallway was quiet. But the house was not empty. Jasper could feel them all, scattered through the rooms like notes in a chord. Esme's warm concern drifted up from the kitchen, soft and golden as afternoon light. Carlyle's steady calm emanated from his study, though it was tinged with something heavier today. Edward's familiar disdain prickled from somewhere upstairs, sharp and sour as unripe fruit. And from the living room, two presences intertwined so closely they almost felt like one. Rosalie's fierce protectiveness wrapped around Emmett's steady warmth. He went to Esme's office first. Esme sat at the drafting table by the window, her hands moving over architectural drawings spread before her. A restoration project from the looks of it. Some old Victorian she was bringing back to life, one careful line at a time. It was one of her many quiet passions, finding broken things and making them whole again. She looked up when he entered, and her eyes went immediately to the bag on his shoulder. The concern in her sharpened, bloomed into something that ached against his chest like a bruise. So it is true, she said softly. You are really going? Yes, ma'am. A sad smile touched her lips. You have not called me that in 50 years. Jasper set the bag down, crossed the kitchen, and let Esme pull him into an embrace. She was small, barely reaching his chest, but her arms were strong, and her presence was a balm against the rawness Alice had left behind. Comfort, acceptance, and a mother's love, freely given, with no strings attached. I am not leaving because of anything you did, he said into her hair. You and Carlyle have given me more than I ever deserved. You deserve everything, Jasper. She pulled back, cupped his face in her hands. You deserve to find whatever it is you are looking for. Just promise me you will not forget that you have a family who loves you. I promise. She released him, wiped at eyes that could not produce tears, and nodded toward the hallway. Carlyle is in his study. He wants to speak with you before you go. The study smelled of old books and leather, familiar scents that had followed Carlyle through centuries and across continents. He sat behind his desk, papers spread before him, though his attention was clearly elsewhere. When Jasper entered, Carlyle rose and came around the desk to stand before him. His emotions were complex. Sadness layered over hope, layered over a deep, patient understanding that Jasper had always admired. Carlyle felt things fully, without apology, and yet he never let those feelings drive him to cruelty or control. I wish you would stay, Carlyle said simply. I wish you would keep trying with us. I know. But I also understand why you cannot. He placed a hand on Jasper's shoulder. his grip firm and fatherly. The path I chose is not the only path to redemption, Jasper. It is simply the one I could walk. You must find the one you can walk. Jasper swallowed against the unexpected tightness in his throat. And if that path leads me somewhere you do not approve of? Carlyle's expression did not waver. Then I will trust that you are doing what you need to do, and I will be here if you ever want to come back. No conditions, no visions of doom to hold over his head, just acceptance. Thank you, Carlyle. Take care of yourself. Carlyle pulled him into a brief, strong embrace. And call if you need anything at all. He found Rose and Emmett in the living room, sprawled together on the oversized couch. Emmett sat up when he saw the bag, his broad face creasing with something that was not quite surprise. So you are actually doing it? Emmett's voice carried a mix of emotions, warm affection tinged with genuine sadness. Damn, I was hoping Alice was just being dramatic. Alice is always dramatic, Rosalie said, but there was no real bite in it. She rose from the couch, crossed the room, and stood before Jasper with her arms folded. Her emotions were a complicated knot, fierce love tangled with frustration, tangled with a fear she would never admit to feeling. You are an idiot, she informed him. Probably. Texas is a ridiculous place to live. Too hot, too flat, too many cowboys. I was a cowboy before you were born. Her lips twitched, almost a smile. Then her arms were around him, crushing him with a strength that would have killed a human, and her voice was rough against his ear. You are my brother, Jasper. You have been my brother since the day Alice dragged you through our door. So do not you dare stay away forever. Do you understand me? I do not care how bad things get with her. I do not care if you need a century to figure yourself out. You come back, eventually. You come back to us. Jasper held her tight, breathing in the familiar scent of her, letting her fierce love soak into him like sunlight after a long winter. I will, he promised, eventually. She released him, stepped back, and her composure snapped back into place like a mask. Emmett moved in next, wrapping Jasper in a bear hug that lifted him briefly off the ground. You need anything, you call me. And I mean anything. Someone giving you trouble, someone looking at you wrong. You let me know, and I will be there. I appreciate that. I am serious, brother. Peter and Charlotte are cool, but they are not Cullens. You need backup, real backup. I am just a phone call away. Jasper clapped him on the shoulder as Emmett set him down. I know. A door slammed somewhere upstairs. Edward, making his opinion known without bothering to come down and say goodbye. The disdain drifted through the floorboards, cold and dismissive. Jasper did not bother looking up. Some goodbyes were not worth having. The February air hit Jasper's face as he stepped onto the porch, sharp and clean, and carrying the salt smell of the Atlantic. Maine winters were brutal, all iron-gray skies and wind that cut through even vampire skin. He had never liked it here. Too cold, too far from anything that felt like home. Not that he had felt at home anywhere in a long time. His truck sat in the circular driveway, a black Ford F-150 that Rosalie had tuned to perfection last summer. She had called it a project, something to keep her hands busy, but Jasper knew better. It had been a gift. Rose showed love through actions, not words, and that truck ran smoother than anything coming off a factory line. He tossed the duffel bag into the back seat and paused with his hand on the driver's door. The prickle came first. That familiar sensation of being watched, of someone's attention pressing against his awareness like a fingertip between his shoulder blades. He did not need to look up to know which window. Third floor, east side, Alice's room. Her emotions drifted down to him, muted by distance, but still recognizable. Hurt, anger, and beneath it all, a desperate, grasping hope that he would turn around, that he would look up at her window, see her standing there, and change his mind. Come back inside, apologize, let her visions guide him back onto the path she had chosen. Jasper opened the truck door and climbed inside. He did not look back. The engine turned over with a low, satisfied rumble, and he pulled down the long driveway without glancing in the rearview mirror. The Cullen house grew smaller behind him, swallowed by pine trees and distance, and with every mile the pressure in his chest eased. By the time he hit the main road, he could breathe again. Well, metaphorically speaking. He waited until he crossed the New Hampshire border to make the call, partly because he wanted to be sure, truly sure, that he was not going to turn around, and partly because he knew exactly how Peter was going to react, and he needed a few miles of silence first. The phone rang twice before a familiar voice answered. Well, well, well. Peter's drawl stretched the words out like warm taffy. If it ain't the prodigal brother finally coming to his senses. Jasper's lips twitched. You already know. Course I already know. Been knowing for about 3 days now. Told Charlotte to air out the guest room and stock up on O negative. A pause, and Jasper could practically hear the grin spreading across Peter's face. You're really doing it, aren't you? Finally cutting loose from the circus. I am on the road now. Hot damn. Something that sounded like a hand slapping a table came through the line. Charlotte, Char, baby, I told you he was coming. A woman's voice, distant but warm, called back something Jasper could not quite make out. Peter laughed. She says it's about time you pulled your head out of your rear end. Her words, not mine. Well, mostly her words. I might have paraphrased a little. Despite everything, Jasper felt the corner of his mouth lift. This was what he had been missing. The easy warmth, the lack of pretense, the simple acceptance that did not come wrapped in conditions and visions and guilt. I appreciate the hospitality. Hospitality, he says. Peter snorted. Brother, you got a room in this house with your name on it. Has had your name on it since the day you left with that little pixie. Charlotte's been dusting it every month for 70-some years, just waiting for you to wise up. The guilt tried to surface, but Jasper pushed it down. He had made his choices. They had not been the right ones, but he had made them. All he could do now was make different ones. How far out are you? Peter asked. Just crossed into New Hampshire. I should be there in 2 days, maybe less if I push it. 2 days. Peter let out a low whistle. That's a lot of driving, even for one of us. You gonna stop and hunt on the way? There it was. The question underneath the question. Peter was not asking about logistics. He was asking about the diet, about whether Jasper was going to keep choking down animal blood or finally admit that it had never worked for him. I have not decided yet, Jasper said honestly. Fair enough. You got time to figure it out. Peter's voice softened, losing some of its playful edge. Listen, Jasper. I ain't gonna tell you what to do. That ain't my way, and you've had enough of that to last 10 lifetimes. But I will say this, you don't gotta be perfect to be welcome here. You don't gotta have all your stuff sorted out. You just gotta show up. That's it. Just show up, and we'll figure the rest out together. Something loosened in Jasper's chest, a knot he had not even realized he was carrying. Thank you, Peter. Don't thank me yet. Charlotte's already planning some kind of welcome dinner. And before you say anything, I know we don't need to eat, but she's been experimenting with blood-infused whiskey, and she's real proud of her latest batch. You're gonna have to drink at least 2 glasses and tell her it's delicious, or she'll pout for a week. Jasper actually laughed. It surprised him, the sound rusty from disuse. I think I can manage that. That's the spirit. Peter paused, and when he spoke again, his voice had that particular quality it got when his gift was feeding him something. Hey, Jasper? Yeah, you made the right call. Leavin', I mean. I know it don't feel like it yet. I know there's a part of you that's wondering if you just threw away 70 years for nothing. But you didn't. Trust me on this one. Jasper's grip tightened on the steering wheel. Your knower thing telling you that? My knower thing is telling me a lot of stuff right now, brother. Most of it I ain't gonna share 'cause you'd think I was crazy. But I will tell you this much. Peter's voice dropped, serious in a way that Jasper rarely heard from him. Something good is coming for you. Something real. I don't know what it is or when it's gonna happen, but it's out there. And you never would have found it if you'd stayed in that house. The words settled into Jasper like stones dropping into still water. He did not know if he believed them. He was not sure he could believe in anything good anymore, but Peter had never steered him wrong before. I will see you in 2 days, Jasper said. Drive safe. And Jasper? Yeah? Welcome home. The line went dead, and Jasper set the phone down in the cup holder. The highway stretched ahead of him, gray and empty, pointing south, pointing toward Texas. He had not been home in over 7 decades, had not set foot on Texas soil since the night he left with Alice, chasing her vision of golden eyes and a family that called themselves vegetarians. He had believed her then. Believed that the animal blood would eventually taste like enough. Believed that the constant, gnawing hunger would fade if he just tried hard enough. Believed hard enough. Wanted it hard enough. It had never faded. It had only grown teeth. The sign for Interstate 95 South appeared on his right, and Jasper merged onto the highway without hesitation. The truck's headlights cut through the gathering dusk, illuminating the road ahead in twin beams of yellow-white light. He reached for the radio dial, scrolling past news stations and pop music and advertisements until he found what he was looking for. The opening notes of a steel guitar filled the cab, followed by a voice singing about wide-open spaces and leaving everything behind. Classic country. The music of his human life, of Texas ranches and cattle drives, and a world that had made sense before Maria found him on that road outside Houston. Jasper settled back in his seat, let the music wash over him, and drove toward the only place that had ever felt like home. Behind him, Maine disappeared into the darkness. Ahead, Texas was waiting. Chapter 1, September. The beginning. Bella's point of view. The windshield wipers on Bella's truck had 2 settings, useless and slightly less useless. She hunched forward in her seat, squinting through the rain-streaked glass as Forks High School materialized out of the gray morning, like something from a dream she couldn't quite wake up from. Small, brick, surrounded by enough evergreens to make her feel like she was being slowly swallowed by the forest. Home sweet home, at least for the next 2 years. She sat in the parking lot longer than necessary, listening to the rain hammer against the roof and wondering if it was too late to call Charlie and fake a sudden illness. Bubonic plague, maybe. Something serious enough to buy her at least a week before she had to face the fluorescent lights and curious stares of a new school. Her phone buzzed. A text from her mother, Renee, complete with approximately 17 sun emojis and the note, "Miss you already, baby. Phil says hi. Arizona misses you too." Arizona didn't miss her. Arizona was too busy being warm and dry and full of people who had better things to do than gossip about the new girl. Bella grabbed her backpack and made a run for it. The first 4 hours of Forks High School were exactly what Bella expected. A blur of hallways that all looked the same. Teachers who mispronounced her name, and students who stared at her like she was a zoo exhibit. She smiled when she was supposed to smile, answered questions about Phoenix with the same 5 sentences she'd rehearsed in the mirror, and counted down the minutes until lunch. Jessica Stanley found her before she found the cafeteria. "Bella, oh my gosh, I've been looking for you everywhere." Jessica appeared at her elbow like she'd been summoned, all bright eyes and barely contained excitement. "How's your first day? Are you totally overwhelmed? You look overwhelmed. Don't worry, I'm gonna take care of you." Bella had known Jessica during her summer visits to Charlie's. They'd been thrown together at neighborhood barbecues and awkward 4th of July parties, bonding over their shared boredom and Jessica's endless supply of gossip. She was exhausting, but she meant well, mostly. "I'm fine," Bella said. "Just trying to figure out where everything is. Cafeteria's this way. Come on, you're sitting with us. Angela saved you a seat, and Mike's been asking about you all morning. I think he's already planning your wedding." "That's alarming. That's Mike." Jessica linked her arm through Bella's and steered her down the hallway. "Fair warning, he's going to try to be charming. Just smile and nod. It's easier than explaining that you're not interested." "Who says I'm not interested?" Jessica gave her a look. "Please, Mike Newton is a golden retriever in human form. Sweet, but not exactly mysterious. You seem like you'd want someone with a little more depth." Bella didn't bother arguing. Jessica would believe what she wanted to believe, regardless of what Bella actually said. The cafeteria was louder than she expected, packed with students jockeying for tables and shouting across the room at each other. Jessica navigated through the chaos with practiced ease, pulling Bella toward a table near the windows where Angela Weber sat with a book open in front of her, pointedly ignoring the chaos around her. "Bella's here," Jessica announced, as if Angela couldn't see that for herself. Angela looked up and smiled, warm and genuine. "Hey, how are you holding up?" "Still breathing." "That's the spirit." Angela closed her book and gestured to the empty seat beside her. "Sit, eat. Ignore Jessica when she starts interrogating you." "I do not interrogate," Jessica protested, sliding into the seat across from them. "I inquire. There's a difference." Bella sat down and pulled out the sandwich she packed that morning. The bread was slightly soggy from the rain, but she was too hungry to care. She was halfway through her first bite when Mike Newton materialized at the end of the table, tray in hand, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. "Bella, you made it!" He sat down without waiting for an invitation. "I was starting to think you'd gotten lost. This place can be confusing. I could give you a tour later if you want. Show you the important stuff. The gym, the library, the vending machine that actually gives you 2 sodas if you hit it right." "She's fine, Mike," Angela said gently. "Let her eat." Mike deflated slightly, but recovered quickly. "Right, yeah, eating. Important." He turned his attention to his own tray, but Bella could feel him glancing at her every few seconds, like he was waiting for her to suddenly need something only he could provide. She focused on her sandwich and tried to fade into the background. It didn't work, but something else caught her attention instead. Across the cafeteria, at a table tucked into the far corner, sat 4 of the most beautiful people Bella had ever seen. They weren't doing anything unusual, just sitting together, talking quietly among themselves, occasionally laughing at something one of them said. But there was something about them that made it impossible to look away. The way they moved, maybe. Fluid and graceful, like dancers or athletes or something else entirely. The way they seemed to exist in their own pocket of space, separate from the noise and chaos around them. The biggest one, a guy with dark curly hair and shoulders like a linebacker, was grinning at something the blonde girl beside him had said. He reached over and tugged a strand of her golden hair. And she swatted his hand away with an expression of mock annoyance that couldn't quite hide her smile. The small one, a girl with short dark hair and delicate features, was talking animatedly, her hands moving in quick gestures. She seemed to vibrate with energy even while sitting still. And then there was him. Bronze hair, messy in a way that looked effortless. Sharp features. Pale skin that somehow made him look elegant rather than sickly. He was leaning back in his chair, listening to the dark-haired girl talk, but his attention seemed elsewhere, scanning the room, taking everything in. His eyes found Bella's. She should have looked away. That was what you did when you got caught staring at a stranger. You looked away, pretended you'd been looking at something else, went back to your soggy sandwich and your awkward lunch table. Bella didn't look away. Neither did he. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, maybe, or interest. The corner of his mouth lifted, just slightly, and he tilted his head like she was a puzzle he was trying to figure out. The dark-haired girl noticed. She followed his gaze, found Bella, and her whole face lit up with something that looked almost like recognition. Like she'd been waiting for this. She leaned over and whispered something to the bronze-haired boy, and he shook his head slightly, still watching Bella. A shiver ran down Bella's spine. Not unpleasant, exactly. Just aware. "Bella?" Angela's voice broke through the moment. "You okay?" Bella blinked, tearing her eyes away from the corner table. "Yeah, sorry. Just zoning out." She nodded toward the 4 beautiful strangers. "Who are they?" Angela followed her gaze. "The Cullens. They moved here a couple of years ago." "Dr. Cullen's kids," Jessica added, never one to miss an opportunity to share information. "He works at the hospital. His wife is some kind of designer, architect, or something like that. They live in this gorgeous house outside of town. They're private," Angela said, "keep to themselves mostly, but they're nice enough." "Nice is generous." Jessica leaned forward, lowering her voice. "I mean, they're polite, But have you ever tried to have an actual conversation with any of them? It's like talking to a wall. A really beautiful wall, but still. Maybe they're just shy, Bella said. The big one isn't shy, Mike said, jumping into the conversation. Emmett, he's in my gym class. Dude is hilarious, actually. He just doesn't really hang out with anyone outside his family. And the blonde one, Rosalie, she's stunning. But she barely talks to anyone, Jessica continued. Not in a mean way, just reserved. The little one, Alice, is friendlier. She complimented my shoes once, but even she keeps her distance. Bella's eyes drifted back to the corner table. The bronze-haired one, the one whose name she still didn't know, was no longer looking at her. He was talking to the big one now, Emmett, and there was something almost like amusement on his face, like he was enjoying a private joke. The dark-haired girl, Alice, was still watching Bella. She smiled when their eyes met, a small, secretive smile that made Bella feel like she was missing something important. And the other one? Bella asked, trying to sound casual. The one with the bronze hair? Edward. Jessica's voice went flat. He's the most private of all of them. Doesn't date, doesn't hang out with anyone, doesn't seem interested in anything except his family and his piano. He plays piano? Apparently. I heard him mention it once. He's probably amazing at it, because of course he is. The Cullens are annoyingly good at everything. Jessica stabbed at her salad with unnecessary force. It's exhausting. Angela shot Bella a sympathetic look, as if to say, ignore her, she's just bitter. Bella made a mental note to ask about that later. For now, she turned back to her sandwich and tried to convince herself that the prickling sensation at the back of her neck was just her imagination. She didn't look at the Cullen table again, but she could feel Edward Cullen's eyes on her for the rest of the lunch period. Biology was right after lunch, which meant Bella had approximately 3 minutes to find the right classroom, introduce herself to the teacher, and pretend she wasn't still thinking about bronze hair and golden eyes. She failed on all 3 counts. The classroom was easy enough to find. Mr. Banner was a tired-looking man with a coffee stain on his tie who barely glanced at her before pointing to the only empty seat in the room, which happened to be next to Edward Cullen. Of course it did. He looked up when she approached, and that almost smile was back, warmer now, more focused, like she'd done something to earn it just by walking through the door. Bella Swan, he said, not a question. Word travels fast. It does in a town this size. He gestured to the empty stool beside him. I promise I don't bite. Something about the way he said it made Bella think he found that funnier than he should. She sat down anyway, dropping her backpack at her feet and pulling out a notebook she probably wouldn't use. I'm Edward, he said, turning slightly toward her. Edward Cullen. I know. Jessica gave me the rundown at lunch. Did she? There was a glint of amusement in his eyes. Should I be worried about what she said? That depends on how you feel about being described as annoyingly good at everything. Edward laughed. It was a quiet sound, low and warm, and it made something flutter in Bella's chest that she immediately told to knock it off. I suppose I've been called worse, he said, though I'm curious what else made the list. Apparently, you play piano, and you don't date. Both true. He leaned back in his chair, studying her with an intensity that should have been uncomfortable, but wasn't. Does that bother you? Why would it bother me? Most people find it strange. A teenage boy who isn't interested in the local dating scene. He shrugged, a fluid motion that looked almost choreographed. They assume there must be something wrong with me. Maybe you just have standards. Maybe I do. His eyes held hers, and there was something in them now. Something that looked almost like a challenge. Maybe I'm waiting for someone worth being interested in. Bella raised an eyebrow. That's quite a line. It's not a line. He said it simply, without arrogance, as if he were stating a fact. I don't bother with lines. They're tedious. Before Bella could respond, Mr. Banner called the class to order and launched into a lecture about cell division that she'd heard twice already in Phoenix. She tried to pay attention, but Edward's presence beside her was distracting in a way she couldn't explain. He sat perfectly still, his pen moving across his notebook, but she could feel him there, feel his attention, even when he wasn't looking directly at her. It was strange, not unpleasant, just intense. Halfway through the lecture, he slid his notebook toward her. There, in elegant handwriting, beneath his notes on mitosis, was a single question. "What brought you to Forks?" Bella hesitated, then wrote back, "My dad lives here." "That's not what I asked." She glanced at him. He was staring straight ahead, the picture of attentiveness, but the corner of his mouth was twitching. "It's complicated," she wrote. "I have time. We're in the middle of class. And yet here we are, passing notes like children." He added a small drawing of a shrug, just 2 lines and a curve, but somehow it conveyed amusement perfectly. "Humor me." Bella found herself smiling despite herself. "Fine. My mom remarried. Her new husband travels a lot for work. She wanted to go with him, but she felt guilty leaving me. So I moved here to make it easier for everyone." Edward was quiet for a moment, reading. Then he wrote, "That's very selfless of you." "Or very stupid." "Why not both?" She almost laughed out loud, caught herself just in time, turning it into a cough that made Mr. Banner glance in her direction. When she looked back at the notebook, Edward had written something else. "I think you're going to surprise people here, Bella Swan. You're not what they expect." What do they expect? Someone easier to figure out. The bell rang before she could respond. Edward closed his notebook and stood in one fluid motion, gathering his things with a speed that seemed almost impossible. "It was nice meeting you, Bella." He paused beside her chair, looking down at her with those golden brown eyes. "I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of each other." Is that a threat or a promise? He smiled, a real smile this time, one that transformed his whole face. "I haven't decided yet." And then he was gone, slipping through the door and disappearing into the crowded hallway. Bella sat there for a moment, staring at the empty doorway, her heart beating faster than it had any right to. "You're Bella, right?" She jumped, nearly knocking her textbook off the table. Alice Cullen was standing beside her, appearing out of nowhere, like she'd materialized from thin air. Up close, she was even more striking than she'd seemed across the cafeteria. Delicate features, dark eyes that seemed to see too much, a smile that was warm but somehow knowing. "Sorry," Alice said, not sounding sorry at all. "I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Alice, Edward's sister." "I figured." Bella gathered her things, trying to regain her composure. "You all have the same look." "The devastatingly attractive look?" Alice grinned. "We get that a lot. It's a family trait." Despite herself, Bella laughed. "Modest too." "Always." Alice fell into step beside her as they walked toward the door. "So, how are you liking Forks so far? Besides the rain, I mean. Everyone always complains about the rain. It's wet." Insightful. Alice's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Don't worry, you get used to it. Eventually, you stop noticing and start appreciating the way everything smells after a storm. Very earthy. Very Pacific Northwest. You sound like a tourism ad. I'm practicing for when I inevitably take over the Forks Chamber of Commerce." Alice stopped at the hallway intersection, turning to face Bella directly. "Listen, I know we just met, and this might sound strange, but I think we're going to be good friends. I have a feeling about these things." There it was again, that certainty, that knowing quality that made Bella feel like Alice was reading from a script Bella couldn't see. "Do you?" Bella asked carefully. "I do." Alice's smile softened, became almost gentle. "I know that probably sounds presumptuous, but trust me, some things are just meant to be." Before Bella could ask what that meant, Alice was already walking away, giving a little wave over her shoulder. "See you around, Bella Swan." Bella watched her go, a strange feeling settling in her chest. The Cullens were odd, not in an obvious way, not in a way she could point to and say, that's what's wrong. But there was something beneath the surface, something she couldn't quite name. She should probably keep her distance. She already knew she wasn't going to. 7 weeks later, Bella still wasn't used to the way Edward looked at her. It was late October now, the trees exploding in shades of orange and red that almost made up for the constant drizzle. She was sitting on the hood of her truck in the school parking lot, waiting for Edward to finish talking to Emmett about something, and trying not to notice that he kept glancing over at her every few seconds, like he was afraid she might disappear. It should have been flattering. It was flattering, mostly. Having someone that beautiful, that attentive, that completely focused on her was the kind of thing girls wrote about in diaries and whispered about at sleepovers. Bella had never been the girl who got noticed. She'd spent most of her life fading into the background, and she'd been fine with that. Edward Cullen did not let her fade into anything. He was beside her now, appearing so quickly she barely saw him move. His hand found hers. Cool fingers intertwining with her own, and he smiled down at her like she was the only thing in the world worth looking at. "Sorry about that," he said. Emmett wanted to discuss weekend plans. "What kind of plans?" "Hiking. He's been trying to get me to go on some trail outside of town." Edward's thumb traced circles on the back of her hand, slow and deliberate. "I told him I'd rather spend the time with you." The warmth that spread through Bella's chest was immediate and familiar. This was what she loved about being with Edward, the way he made her feel seen, chosen, important in a way she'd never felt before. "You don't have to skip things for me," she said. "I can entertain myself for a day." Something flickered across his face. Not quite displeasure, but close. "I'd rather not be apart from you longer than necessary." "It's hiking, Edward, not a trip to Mars." Even so, his grip on her hand tightened, just slightly. "I've waited a long time to find someone like you, Bella. I don't want to waste a single moment." It was romantic. It was supposed to be romantic. And part of her, the part that had spent 17 years feeling invisible, melted at the words. But another part, a smaller and quieter part, wondered when "I want to spend time with you" had started sounding like "I don't want you out of my sight." She pushed the thought away. She was being paranoid. Edward was intense, yes, but that was just how he loved. Some people were subtle. Edward was not. "Fine," she said, smiling up at him. "But you're buying me dinner this weekend to make up for being so clingy." He relaxed, the tension in his shoulders easing. "Deal." The Cullen house was ridiculous. That was the only word for it. A massive modern structure made of glass and pale wood, perched on a hill outside of town, as if it had been dropped there by a particularly ambitious architect with no concept of restraint. The first time Edward had brought her here, Bella had stood in the driveway for a full minute, just staring. Now, 7 weeks in, she was almost used to it. Almost. "Bella!" Alice appeared at the front door before they even reached the porch. Her face lit up with that particular brightness she always seemed to radiate. "I'm so glad you're here. I have something to show you." "Alice," Edward said, a warning note in his voice. "Relax. I'm not going to kidnap her." Alice grabbed Bella's hand and tugged her inside. "I just want her opinion on something. Girl stuff. You wouldn't understand." Bella let herself be pulled along, shooting Edward an amused look over her shoulder. He didn't look amused. He looked like he was calculating exactly how long Alice would keep her, and whether it was worth making a scene about. The inside of the house was just as impressive as the outside. High ceilings, open floor plan, furniture that probably cost more than Charlie's entire house. Esme had decorated it with a warmth that softened the modern edges, with family photos scattered among the art pieces and throw blankets draped over leather couches. It felt like a home, despite its grandeur. Alice led her up the stairs and down a hallway Bella had never been in before, finally stopping in front of a door painted pale lavender. "My room," Alice announced, pushing it open. "Welcome to the inner sanctum." The room was exactly what Bella would have expected from Alice. Bright, eclectic, filled with color and texture. A massive closet dominated one wall, its doors thrown open to reveal more clothes than one person could possibly wear in a lifetime. The bed was covered in pillows of various sizes and patterns, and fairy lights were strung along the ceiling, casting everything in a soft glow. "It's beautiful," Bella said honestly. "Thanks. I've been working on it for a while." Alice bounced onto the bed, patting the space beside her. "Sit. Talk to me. Edward's been hogging you, and I've barely gotten any quality time." Bella sat, feeling slightly awkward. She liked Alice. It was hard not to like Alice. But there was always something slightly off about their interactions, a sense that Alice knew more than she was saying. "So," Alice said, drawing her knees up to her chest, "how are things going? With Edward, I mean. He seems happier than I've ever seen him." "Things are good." Bella picked at a loose thread on one of the pillows. "He's a lot. But in a good way, mostly." "Mostly?" Bella hesitated. She hadn't really talked to anyone about the relationship, not even Jessica or Angela. It felt private, sacred almost. But Alice was looking at her with those dark, knowing eyes, and the words spilled out before she could stop them. "He's just very present all the time, which is nice, but sometimes I feel like I can't breathe without him noticing." Alice nodded slowly. "Edward has a tendency to be intense. It's just how he is. He's been alone for a long time, and now that he's found you, he doesn't want to let go." "Found me?" "You know what I mean." Alice waved a hand dismissively. "He likes you. A lot. More than he's liked anyone in, well, ever." That warmth again spreading through her chest. "I like him too." "I know." Alice smiled, but there was something behind it. Something that looked almost like satisfaction. "I knew you would. I knew from the first moment I saw you in that cafeteria that you were going to be important, that you were going to change everything." A chill ran down Bella's spine. "That's a strange thing to say." "Is it?" Alice tilted her head, studying her. "I have good instincts about people, Bella. I always have. And my instincts about you have been very clear from the beginning." "Clear about what?" Alice opened her mouth to answer, but then her eyes went slightly unfocused, her expression shifting to something distant. It only lasted a second, maybe two, but it was enough to make Bella's skin prickle with unease. "You're going to call your mother tonight," Alice said suddenly. "Around 9. She's going to tell you about a pottery class she signed up for, and you're going to pretend to be excited, even though you think it's going to end up like all her other hobbies." Bella stared at her. "What?" "Just a feeling." Alice's smile was back, bright and innocent. "Ignore me. I say weird things sometimes." But Bella couldn't ignore it, couldn't shake the way Alice had said it with such certainty, like she was reading from a script that hadn't been written yet. "How did you know my mom takes hobby classes?" "Lucky guess." Alice stood up, smoothing down her shirt. "Come on, Edward's probably pacing a hole in the floor by now. He doesn't like being away from you for too long." She said it lightly, like it was a joke, but Bella heard the truth underneath. Edward didn't like being away from her. Edward didn't like a lot of things, she was starting to realize. He didn't like it when she made plans without telling him. Didn't like it when she talked to other guys, even just friendly conversations with Mike. Didn't like it when she pushed back on his suggestions, even though he always backed down eventually. He loved her. She was almost certain of it, but sometimes love felt less like a warm blanket and more like a silk cage. Dinner that night was at a small Italian restaurant in Port Angeles, one of the few places within driving distance that didn't serve exclusively burgers and fries. Edward had insisted on driving, which meant Bella spent an hour in his silver Volvo, watching the speedometer climb to numbers that should have terrified her. "You don't have to drive so fast," she said, quipping the door handle. "I'm a good driver." "That's not the point." Edward glanced at her, something softening in his expression. "Does it really bother you?" "Yes." He slowed down, not to the speed limit, but close enough that Bella's heart rate returned to something resembling normal. "Thank you," she said. "Anything for you." The restaurant was small and dimly lit, with candles on every table and the smell of garlic thick in the air. Edward held her chair out for her, ordered a bottle of wine that the waiter didn't even bother carding them for, and proceeded to watch her eat with an intensity that should have been uncomfortable. "You're not eating," Bella observed, twirling pasta around her fork. "I ate earlier." "You always eat earlier." "I have a sensitive stomach." He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Don't worry about me. I'd rather watch you enjoy yourself." It was sweet. It was also strange. In 7 weeks of dating, Bella had never actually seen Edward eat a meal. He always had an excuse. Sensitive stomach, already ate, not hungry. She'd stopped pushing after the first few times. But the question lingered in the back of her mind like a splinter she couldn't quite reach. "So," Edward said, leaning forward, "tell me about your day, every detail." "You were there for most of it, not all of it. You had lunch with Angela while I was in the music room. What did you talk about?" Bella set down her fork. "Is this an interrogation? I'm just curious." "You're always curious, about everything. Where I am, who I'm with, what I'm thinking." She kept her voice light, but there was an edge to it now. "Sometimes I feel like you want to crawl inside my head and live there." Edward's expression flickered, something dark passing behind his eyes before he smoothed it away. "I just want to know you, Bella. Every part of you. Is that so wrong?" "No, but there's a difference between wanting to know someone and wanting to monitor them." The word hung in the air between them. Monitor. Like she was a project, a possession. "I'm sorry," Edward said quietly. "I don't mean to make you feel that way. I just—" He reached across the table, taking her hand in his. "I've never felt this way about anyone before. It's overwhelming. I don't always know how to handle it." The sincerity in his voice was impossible to doubt. Whatever else Edward was, he wasn't a liar. He meant every word he said, even when those words came wrapped in red flags. "I know," Bella said softly. "I just need you to trust me. Trust that I'm not going anywhere. That you don't have to keep such a close eye on me all the time." "I do trust you." His grip on her hand tightened. "It's everyone else I don't trust." She wanted to argue, wanted to point out that she was perfectly capable of handling everyone else on her own. But the waiter arrived with dessert, and the moment passed, and Bella let it go because fighting was exhausting, and sometimes it was easier to just not. Later that night, after Edward had dropped her off and watched her walking side with that intense gaze that made her feel both cherished and observed, Bella lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Her phone buzzed at 8:47 p.m. Her mother. "Bella, you'll never guess what I signed up for today." Bella closed her eyes, Alice's words echoing in her head. "You're going to call your mother tonight, around 9. She's going to tell you about a pottery class." "Let me guess," Bella said slowly. "A pottery class?" Renee gasped. "How did you know? Did Charlie tell you?" "I just decided this afternoon." Lucky guess. But it wasn't luck, and Bella knew it. Alice had known with the same certainty she knew everything else. That strange, unsettling knowing that made Bella feel like she was walking through a story someone else had already written. She talked to her mother for 20 minutes, making appropriate sounds of enthusiasm about clay, glazes, and the artistic journey Renee was about to embark on. When she finally hung up, she lay there in the darkness, thinking. Edward was intense, possessive maybe, definitely overwhelming. Alice was strange, knowing things she shouldn't know, looking at Bella like she could see straight through her. The whole family was odd, beautiful, and perfect, and slightly inhuman in ways Bella couldn't quite articulate. She should be worried, should be running in the opposite direction, back to the safety of normal boys like Mike Newton, who didn't watch her like she was prey and didn't have sisters who predicted phone calls. But when she closed her eyes, all she could see was Edward's face. The way he looked at her was like she was precious. The way his hand felt in hers, cool and steady. The way he said her name, as if it were a prayer, she was falling in love with him. The thought arrived quietly, settling into her chest like it had always been there, just waiting to be noticed. She was falling in love with Edward Cullen, red flags and all. Maybe that made her stupid. Maybe it made her brave. Maybe there wasn't much difference between the two. Bella turned over, pulled the covers up to her chin, and let herself imagine a future where the intensity became comfort, where the possessiveness became protection, where the strange and unsettling parts of Edward Cullen faded away and left only the boy who looked at her like she was the center of his universe. It was a nice dream. She hoped it would be enough. Crosity Rate 2, Chapter 2, 6 months in, Bella's point of view. December in Forks was gray. Not just the sky, though that was gray too. a constant ceiling of clouds that seemed to press down on the town like a weight. The trees were gray, stripped of their autumn colors and left skeletal against the mist. The buildings were gray, the pavement was gray. Even the people seemed grayer somehow, bundled in dark coats and moving through the drizzle with their heads down. Bella had been in Forks for 4 months now. 4 months of rain and fog, and a boyfriend who looked at her like she hung the moon. 4 months of feeling like she was slowly disappearing. She was sitting in the school library during her free period, trying to finish an English essay that was due in 2 days. The library was quiet, mostly empty except for a few students scattered at tables. And Bella had chosen a spot in the back corner specifically because it was hidden from the main entrance. She needed space, just an hour of space where no one was watching her, asking her questions, wanting to know where she was going next. Her phone buzzed. "Edward, where are you?" She stared at the message for a long moment before typing back, "Library, studying." The response came immediately. "I'll come find you." "You don't have to. I'm fine. I want to." Bella set the phone face down on the table and tried to focus on her essay. 3 paragraphs about symbolism in The Great Gatsby. She could do this. She could write about green lights and the American dream without thinking about the fact that her boyfriend couldn't seem to go an hour without knowing her exact location. 5 minutes later, Edward slid into the chair across from her. "You didn't have to come," she said without looking up. "I had a free period too. It made sense to spend it together." "I'm studying. I can be quiet." He could. That was the thing about Edward. He could sit perfectly still, perfectly silent, for longer than any human being should be able to. But his presence was never quiet. It filled the space around her, pressed against her awareness, made it impossible to think about anything except the fact that he was there. Watching. Always watching. "I need to focus," Bella said carefully. "This essay is due Friday, and I've barely started. I could help. I've read Gatsby several times. I want to do it myself." Something flickered across Edward's face. Not quite hurt, not quite frustration. Something in between. "You always want to do things yourself. Is that a problem?" "No, He reached across the table, his cool fingers brushing against her hand. "I want to be part of your life, Bella. All of it. Not just the parts you decide to share with me." The words were sweet. They were supposed to be sweet. But they landed in Bella's chest like stones, heavy and uncomfortable. "You are part of my life," she said. "You're a huge part of my life, but I'm allowed to have things that are just mine. An essay, a free period, an hour where I'm not being." She stopped herself before the word came out. Monitored. She'd used it before, and he'd apologized, and then nothing had changed. "Being what?" Edward asked quietly. "Nothing. Forget it." Bella pulled her hand back, returning her attention to her laptop. "I really need to finish this." Edward was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, leaned down, and pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "I'll see you after school," he said. "We can drive to Port Angeles. There's a bookstore I think you'd like." It wasn't a question. It was never a question anymore. Edward made plans, and Bella went along with them, because saying no required energy she didn't always have. "Sure," she said. "Sounds good." He smiled, that beautiful, devastating smile that had made her heart stutter the first time she saw it. Now it just made her tired. The bookstore trip was Alice's idea. Bella found that out when they arrived, and Alice was already there, perched on a bench outside the entrance, with shopping bags piled around her feet. "Surprise!" Alice bounced up, clapping her hands together. "I thought we could make it a group thing. You and I can shop while Edward broods attractively in the poetry section." "I don't brood," Edward said. "You absolutely brood. It's one of your most consistent personality traits." Alice linked her arm through Bella's before Bella could protest. "Come on, I already know exactly which books you're going to love. There's this amazing novel about a girl who moves to a small town and falls in love with a mysterious stranger. Sound familiar?" "Hilarious." "I thought so." Alice tugged her toward the entrance. "Oh, and after this," There's a boutique down the street that just got in the most gorgeous spring collection. I saw this blue dress that would look incredible on you. I don't need any dresses. You don't need them yet, but you will. Trust me. There it was, that certainty again, that absolute confidence that Alice knew what Bella wanted, what Bella needed, what Bella was going to do before Bella even decided to do it. It had been charming at first, flattering even, to have someone so invested in her life. But 4 months in, it was starting to feel less like friendship and more like being cast in a play where everyone else had read the script. Alice, Bella said carefully, I appreciate the thought, but I just wanted to look at books, maybe grab some coffee. I didn't plan for a whole shopping expedition. Alice's smile didn't waver, but something shifted behind her eyes. Plans can change. Mine don't want to. The silence stretched between them. Edward had stopped a few feet away, watching the exchange with an expression Bella couldn't read. It's just a dress, Alice said finally, her voice a shade cooler than before. I don't understand why you're being difficult about this. I'm not being difficult. I'm saying no. But I already saw you wearing it. At the spring formal. You looked beautiful, and Edward couldn't take his eyes off you, and it was perfect. Alice's voice had taken on an edge of frustration, as if Bella were a puzzle piece refusing to fit into the slot Alice had carved for her. Why would you say no to something perfect? Bella took a breath, held it, let it out slowly. Because I haven't decided if I'm going to the spring formal yet, she said. Because I don't know what I want to wear. Because I'd like to make at least some decisions about my own life without having them made for me. Alice stared at her. For a moment, her expression flickered with something that looked almost like confusion, like she genuinely couldn't comprehend why Bella would want to deviate from the future Alice had already seen. I was just trying to help, Alice said quietly. I know, Bella softened her voice, trying to smooth over the tension. And I appreciate it. But sometimes helping means asking what someone wants instead of telling them. Edward stepped forward, placing a hand on Alice's shoulder. She's right, Alice. Give her some space. Alice looked between them, then forced the smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Fine. Books only. I'll just wait out here. She turned and walked back to her bench, her movements slightly stiff, her shopping bags clutched against her chest like armor. Bella watched her go, guilt and relief warring in her chest. Thank you, she said to Edward. You shouldn't have to thank me for that. He held the door open for her. His expression thoughtful. Alice means well. She just gets attached to her ideas of how things should be. I've noticed. Give her time. She'll adjust. But as Bella walked into the bookstore, she couldn't shake the feeling that Alice wasn't the only one who had trouble adjusting when things didn't go according to plan. January brought snow. Not the soft, picturesque snow of Christmas cards, but heavy, wet Pacific Northwest snow that turned the roads to slush and made Bella's truck fishtail every time she tried to brake. Edward hated the truck. He'd made that clear within the first week of their relationship, calling it a death trap and a mechanical disaster waiting to happen. He'd offered to buy her a new car at least 3 times. Each time, Bella had refused. It runs fine, she said for the 100th time, climbing out of the cab in the school parking lot. Charlie gave it to me. It has sentimental value. Sentimental value won't protect you when the brakes fail. The brakes are fine. I'd feel better if you let me drive you. Edward fell into step beside her, his hand finding the small of her back like it belonged there, at least until the roads clear up. And what am I supposed to do? Just leave my truck at home? Yes. Bella stopped walking. Edward? What? He turned to face her, genuinely confused. I'm trying to keep you safe, Bella. Is that so wrong? You're trying to control what I drive. That's not the same thing. It feels like the same thing. They stood there in the snowy parking lot, students streaming past them on both sides, and Bella felt something crack inside her. Not broken, Not yet. But crack. A hairline fracture in the foundation of whatever they were building together. I love you, Edward said quietly. Everything I do is because I love you. Because I can't stand the thought of something happening to you. I know. And she did know. That was the worst part. Edward wasn't cruel. He wasn't malicious. He was just relentless. His love was a tide that kept rising, and Bella was starting to feel as if she were drowning. I'll drive my truck, she said finally, and you'll trust me to be careful. That's how this has to work. Edward's jaw tightened. For a moment, she thought he was going to argue, but then he nodded, once, sharply. Fine, but if the weather gets worse, we're revisiting this conversation. It wasn't an agreement. It was a temporary ceasefire. But Bella would take it. The worst part was the isolation. It happened so gradually that Bella didn't notice at first. A declined invitation here, a rescheduled plan there. Angela wanted to study together for the biology exam, but Edward had already made dinner reservations. Jessica invited her to a movie night, but Edward thought they should spend the evening at his house instead. Mike asked if she wanted to join a group trip to First Beach. And Edward's face went so cold at the mention of it that Bella found herself saying no before she even thought about saying yes. You don't even like Mike, Edward said when she brought it up later. That's not the point. Then what is the point? The point is that I should be able to hang out with my friends without you looking at me like I've betrayed you. I'm not looking at you like anything. But he was. He always was. Every time she mentioned spending time with anyone who wasn't a Cullen, something shuddered behind Edward's eyes. A flash of something that might have been jealousy, or possessiveness, or just plain displeasure. She started making excuses before he even had to ask. Started turning down invitations preemptively, just to avoid the tension. Started spending all her free time with Edward and Alice and the rest of the beautiful, perfect Cullen family, who looked at her like she was a cherished addition to their collection. By February, Angela had stopped asking. We miss you, Angela said one day, catching Bella alone in the hallway between classes. It feels like we never see you anymore. I know, I'm sorry. Things have just been busy with Edward? Bella heard the gentle judgment in Angela's voice and felt her cheeks flush. It's not like that. It's okay if it is. Angela's expression was kind, without accusation. I just want to make sure you're happy. You seem different lately. Different how? Angela hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Smaller, like you're trying to take up less space. The observation hit Bella like a punch to the chest. She opened her mouth to deny it, to explain that she was fine, that Edward was wonderful, that everything was exactly the way it should be. But the words wouldn't come, because Angela was right. Bella had been shrinking, making herself fit into the spaces Edward and Alice left for her, molding her wants and needs around their expectations until she could barely remember what her own shape was supposed to be. I have to get to class, she said instead. But let's hang out soon. Just us, I promise. Angela nodded, but they both knew it was an empty promise. Bella spent the rest of the day thinking about space, about the difference between being chosen and being claimed, about the slow, insidious way love could turn into something that felt more like a leash than a lifeline. That night, lying alone in her bed with the rain pattering against the window, a thought surfaced in her mind. Clear and quiet and undeniable. Love shouldn't feel like being managed. She turned it over, examined it from every angle, waited for the voice in her head that would argue back. The voice that said Edward loved her, that Alice just wanted her to be happy, that she was being ungrateful for wanting more than what they were willing to give. The voice stayed silent, and for the first time in months, Bella felt something that might have been clarity. March arrived with a hint of warmth that felt almost foreign after months of gray. Bella stood at her locker, swapping out textbooks and trying to remember if she had a quiz in history or just regular classwork. Her brain felt foggy, the way it always did these days. Too many late nights spent at the Cullen house. Too many conversations that went in circles. Too much Edward, if she was being honest with herself. She was being honest with herself a lot more lately. Hey, stranger. Bella turned to find Jessica leaning against the neighboring locker, arms crossed, expression somewhere between amused and accusatory. Hey, Bella said. What's up? What's up is that you've been MIA for approximately 3 months, and I want to know if you're still alive in there, or if Edward Cullen has replaced you with a very convincing robot. I'm not a robot. Prove it. Come to my house on Friday night. Girls' night. Angela, me. Maybe Lauren, if she stops being annoying, which she won't. But we're inviting her anyway, because her mom makes really good brownies. Jessica tilted her head. No Cullens allowed. No boyfriends. Just us. Some trashy movies and way too much junk food. The invitation hung in the air between them. Simple. Normal. The kind of thing Bella used to do all the time. Before Edward. Before the constant presence of someone else's expectations pressing down on her shoulders. I'd love that, she said and meant it. Really? Jessica's eyebrows shot up. You're not going to check with Edward first? The words stung more than they should have. I don't need his permission. Could have fooled me. Bella opened her mouth to argue, but Jessica held up a hand. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying what everyone's been thinking. You used to be your own person, Bella. Now it's like you're just an extension of him. Every time I see you, he's right there. Every time I invite you somewhere, you have to check first. That's not normal. He's my boyfriend. We spend time together. That's what couples do. Couples also spend time apart. Couples have their own friends and their own lives. Couples don't look over their shoulder every 5 seconds like they're being watched. Bella felt her face flush. I don't do that. Jessica just looked at her. The silence said everything. Friday, Jessica said finally. 7 o'clock. Be there or I'm staging an intervention. She walked away before Bella could respond, leaving Bella standing at her locker with a textbook clutched to her chest and a growing knot in her stomach. She told Edward about Friday night at lunch. They were sitting at the Cullen table, which had become the default over the past few months. Bella couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten with her old friends. Couldn't remember the last time she'd had a conversation that didn't include at least one Cullen listening in. Girls' night? Edward repeated, his fork pausing halfway to his mouth. He'd been making more of an effort to eat in front of her lately, small bites of food that he pushed around his plate more than he actually consumed. At Jessica's house? Yes. This Friday? Yes. I thought we were going to watch that documentary you wanted to see. Bella took a breath. We can watch it on Saturday. But I already planned Friday. Then unplan it. The words came out sharper than she intended. At the other end of the table, Alice looked up from her conversation with Rosalie, her eyes darting between Bella and Edward with obvious interest. Edward set down his fork. I just don't understand why you'd rather spend time with Jessica Stanley than with me. It's not about rather. It's about also. I can spend time with you and also have other friends. You can have other friends. I've never said you couldn't. You don't have to say it, Edward. You just make that face every time I mention doing something without you. And then I end up not doing it because it's easier than dealing with the silent treatment afterward. The table had gone quiet. Emmett was suddenly very interested in his sandwich. Rosalie was examining her nails with exaggerated focus. Alice was watching openly now, her expression unreadable. I don't give you the silent treatment, Edward said quietly. You get distant. You make me feel guilty for wanting space. Bella's voice was rising and she couldn't seem to stop it. I'm going to Jessica's on Friday. I'm not asking, I'm telling you. Something flickered in Edward's eyes. Surprise maybe, or hurt. Or that cold, controlled anger that he always kept just below the surface. Fine, he said. Go. I will. I hope you have a wonderful time. I plan to. They stared at each other across the table, and Bella felt something shift between them. A line being drawn. A boundary being set. It should have felt like a victory, but it just felt exhausting. Alice cleared her throat. So, Bella, I was thinking we could go dress shopping this weekend. There's a boutique in Seattle that just got in their spring collection, and I saw the most amazing lavender gown that would be perfect for prom. I haven't decided if I'm going to prom. But you have to go. I already saw. Alice stopped herself, but not quickly enough. You already saw what, Alice? Nothing, just I had a feeling you'd enjoy it. A feeling. Bella's voice was flat, like the feeling you had about the Springs Yermal dress, the one you picked out for me 2 months before I even agreed to go to the dance. Alice's smile faltered. I was just trying to help. You're always trying to help. You're always planning, predicting, and telling me what I'm going to want before I even know I want it. Do you have any idea how exhausting that is? The table was dead silent now. Even Emmett had stopped pretending to eat. Bella, Edward said, a warning in his voice. No, she turned to face him. You don't get to manage this conversation either. I'm allowed to tell your sister that her constant interference is driving me crazy. I'm allowed to feel frustrated without you stepping in to smooth things over. I'm not trying to manage anything. I'm trying to keep the peace. By making me feel like the unreasonable one. By acting like Alice is just being friendly when she's actually treating my life like a script she's already written? Edward's jaw tightened. That's not fair. Neither is feeling like I can't make a single decision without someone else's approval. She stood up, grabbing her bag from the floor. The cafeteria suddenly felt too small, too crowded, too full of beautiful, watching Cullen's eyes. I need air, she said. I'll see you in biology. She walked away before any of them could respond. The whispers started before she even reached the door. Curious students who had witnessed the whole thing, but Bella didn't care. For the first time in months, she didn't care what anyone thought. Edward found her on the bleachers by the empty football field, her face turned up to the weak March sun. He sat down beside her without asking, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. She didn't pull away, but she didn't lean into him either. I'm sorry, he said. For what specifically? For making you feel controlled. For not seeing how my behavior was affecting you. He paused. For acting like your feelings weren't valid. Bella kept her eyes on the sky. Pale blue, streaked with wispy clouds. Almost pretty. Do you actually understand why I'm upset? She asked. Or are you just saying what you think I want to hear? I understand that I've been intense, more intense than I should be. Edward's voice was careful, measured. I told you once that I've never felt this way about anyone before. That's still true. But I'm starting to realize that my intensity might not feel the same to you as it does to me. What does it feel like to you? Like I finally found something precious, something I never want to lose. Bella turned to look at him. His profile was sharp against the pale sky, beautiful and strange, and somehow both familiar and foreign at the same time. And what does it feel like to me? She asked. Edward was quiet for a long moment. I think, he said slowly, it feels like being suffocated, like being wrapped so tightly that you can't breathe. The accuracy of it made her chest ache. I don't want to feel that way, she said. I want to love you without feeling like I'm disappearing. I want to be with you without losing myself. Is that still possible? His voice was soft, almost vulnerable. After everything? I don't know. The honesty hung between them, heavy and uncomfortable. Edward reached for her hand, and Bella let him take it. His skin was cool against hers, familiar in a way that still made her heart twist. I'll try, he said, to give you more space, to stop managing things. I can't promise I'll be perfect, but I'll try. And Alice? I'll talk to her. Will it help? Edward hesitated. That hesitation told Bella everything she needed to know. She means well, he said finally. But she's not used to things not going the way she expects. It's difficult for her when people don't follow the path she's seen. That's not my problem to solve. I know. He squeezed her hand. I'll handle it. Bella wanted to believe him. Part of her still loved him, still remembered the boy who had looked at her as if she were the center of his universe, who had made her feel special, chosen and wanted. But that part was getting smaller every day, crowded out by exhaustion and frustration, and the growing sense that something was fundamentally wrong. Okay, she said, we can try. Edward smiled, that beautiful, devastating smile that had first drawn her in all those months ago. But this time, it didn't make her heart flutter. It just made her tired. Girls' night was exactly what Bella needed. Jessica's living room was warm and cluttered, filled with mismatched furniture, framed family photos, and the smell of microwave popcorn. Angela was curled up on one end of the couch, Lauren sprawled on the other, and Jessica was perched on the floor, surrounded by an impressive spread of snacks. "So," Jessica said, pointing a pretzel stick at Bella, "are you and Edward having problems? Because that scene in the cafeteria was intense." "Jessica," Angela said gently, "maybe she doesn't want to talk about it." "Of course she wants to talk about it. That's what girls' night is for." Jessica popped the pretzel in her mouth. "Spill." Bella pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. "It's complicated. It always is with boys. Especially pretty ones. The pretty ones are the worst." "He's not bad," Bella said. "He's just a lot." "A lot how?" Angela asked. "A lot of everything. A lot of attention, a lot of presence, a lot of opinions about how I should spend my time and who I should spend it with." Bella hesitated. "A lot of love, I guess, if that's what it is." "You don't sound sure." "I'm not sure. That's the problem." Bella stared at the bowl of popcorn on the coffee table, not really seeing it. "When we started dating, it felt amazing, like being chosen, like being special. But now it feels more like being claimed. Like I'm this thing he found, and now he's holding on so tight I can't move." The room was quiet. Even Jessica had stopped crunching. "My mom dated a guy like that once," Lauren said unexpectedly, "before she met my dad. She said he loved her so much that it felt like being in prison." "What happened?" "She left him." Lauren shrugged. "She said some people don't know the difference between loving someone and owning them, and it's not your job to teach them." The words settled into Bella's chest, heavy and true. "Do you love him?" Angela asked softly. "I think so. I don't know. I used to think I knew what love felt like, but now everything's so tangled up with exhaustion and frustration that I can't tell anymore." Bella let out a breath. "Is it supposed to be this hard?" "No," Jessica said, surprisingly firm. "It's not. I mean, relationships take work, sure, but they shouldn't make you feel smaller. They shouldn't make you feel like you have to ask permission to exist." Angela nodded. "You deserve someone who makes you feel more like yourself, not less." Bella thought about that, about the version of herself that had arrived in Forks 6 months ago, uncertain and awkward, but still whole. About the version that existed now, careful and contained and constantly second-guessing. About the difference between the two. "I don't know what to do," she admitted. "You don't have to figure it out tonight," Angela said. "But whatever you decide, we're here for you. We've always been here for you." Jessica raised her soda can in a toast. "To Bella, and to making whatever choice feels right, even if it's hard." The others raised their drinks too, and Bella felt something loosen in her chest. Friendship. Real friendship. Without conditions or expectations or visions of the future. She had almost forgotten what that felt like. "Thanks," she said, her voice thick. "I really needed this." "We know," Jessica said. "That's why we didn't take no for an answer." They watched a terrible horror movie after that, throwing popcorn at the screen during the jump scares and laughing at the ridiculous dialogue. Bella let herself sink into the normalcy of it. The easy comfort of being with people who just wanted her to be herself. By the time she drove home that night, something had shifted inside her. Not a decision, not yet, but the beginning of one. The first stirrings of a truth she had been avoiding for months. She loved Edward. Maybe. Probably. In some complicated, tangled way that she couldn't quite untangle. But she was starting to realize that love alone wasn't enough. Not when it came wrapped in chains. Chapter 3. June, the break. Bella POV. June in Forks was as close to summer as the town ever got. The rain had backed off to occasional drizzles, the sky shifting from iron gray to something that might generously be called overcast. Students moved through the hallways with that particular restlessness that came at the end of the school year, counting down the days until freedom, already mentally checked out of classes that still had 2 weeks left to run. Bella felt that restlessness too, but hers had nothing to do with summer vacation. She was sitting in the library during her free period, a habit she'd reclaimed over the past few months. After the confrontation in March, Edward had made an effort to give her more space. He texted less obsessively. He didn't show up every time she tried to study alone. He even managed to look only mildly pained when she mentioned spending time with Angela or Jessica. It wasn't enough. The space he gave felt calculated, measured out in careful increments like medicine. Just enough to keep her from leaving, not enough to actually let her breathe. And Alice, despite whatever conversation Edward claimed to have had with her, continued to drop hints about futures Bella hadn't agreed to. A comment about a vacation they'd all take next summer. A mention of a college campus Alice had seen Bella walking across. Little breadcrumbs leading toward a life that had been planned without her input. Bella was so tired of being planned. Her phone buzzed. "Edward, can we talk after school? I have something I want to discuss." She stared at the message for a long moment. 3 months ago, those words would have made her curious, maybe even excited. Now, they just made her stomach clench. "Sure," she typed back. "Meet at my truck. I was thinking we could go somewhere more private. The meadow, maybe." The meadow. Edward's favorite spot was a clearing in the forest where the wildflowers grew thick in spring. And the trees formed a natural cathedral around them. He'd taken her there early in their relationship, and she'd thought it was the most romantic thing anyone had ever done for her. Now the thought of being alone with him, in the middle of the woods, having whatever conversation he wanted to have, made her feel trapped before it even started. "The parking lot is fine," she wrote. "I have to get home early tonight." A pause. Then, "Okay." The parking lot. Bella set down her phone and tried to focus on the history textbook open in front of her. World War II. The fall of Berlin. Events that had happened decades before she was born, preserved in neat paragraphs that made everything seem inevitable. Nothing was inevitable. She was starting to understand that now. The final bell rang at 3:15, and Bella made her way to the parking lot with a knot in her stomach that tightened with every step. Edward was already there, leaning against her truck with his arms crossed and his face arranged in that careful neutrality he wore when he was trying not to show what he was feeling. The late afternoon sun caught the bronze in his hair, and for a moment, just a moment, Bella remembered why she'd fallen for him in the first place. Then he smiled, and the smile didn't reach his eyes, and the moment passed. "Hey," she said, stopping a few feet away from him. Not close enough to touch. "What did you want to talk about? Can't I just want to see my girlfriend? You see me every day. And yet it never feels like enough." He pushed off from the truck, closing the distance between them. His hand found her elbow, a gentle pressure that was somehow both tender and possessive. "I've been thinking about summer." "What about it?" "About how we should spend it, together." His thumb traced circles on her arm, slow and deliberate. "Carlisle and Esme have been talking about taking a trip. Alaska maybe, or Canada. Somewhere remote, somewhere beautiful. And I thought, you could come with us." Bella blinked. "For the whole summer?" "Why not? Charlie would understand. We could tell him it's an educational opportunity. Esme would love to have you. And Alice has already started planning activities." "Wait." Bella held up a hand. "Alice has already started planning?" Edward's expression flickered just slightly. "She may have mentioned a few ideas. Ideas that she saw, or ideas that I agreed to?" "Bella, because I don't remember anyone asking me if I wanted to spend my summer in Alaska with your family. I don't remember having a conversation about this at all, actually. I just remember you telling me what's going to happen, like it's already been decided." The muscles in Edward's jaw tightened. "I'm asking you now." "No, you're not. You're presenting a plan that's already been made and waiting for me to go along with it." Bella stepped back, putting space between them. "That's not the same thing as asking. You're being difficult. I'm being honest." They stood there in the parking lot, students streaming past them on their way to cars and buses, and Bella felt something building in her chest. Pressure, frustration. the accumulated weight of 6 months of swallowing her own needs to make room for his. "Fine," Edward said, his voice cooling. "What would you like to do this summer?" "I don't know yet. That's the point. I haven't decided because no one's given me the chance to decide. Every time I turn around, you or Alice has already mapped out my future for me. We're just trying to include you." "Include me in what? Plans I didn't make? Visions I didn't ask for?" Bella shook her head. "I'm not a puzzle piece, Edward. I'm not something that needs to be fit into the right slot." Edward's expression shifted, something darker moving beneath the surface. "Is this about the trip, or is this about something else?" "It's about everything. The trip. The way Alice keeps telling me what I'm going to do. Like I don't have a choice. The way you show up every time I try to have 5 minutes alone. The way you look at me when I mention my friends. Like I'm betraying you by wanting a life outside of this relationship. I've been giving you space. I've been trying. Trying isn't the same as changing." Bella's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. She shoved them in her jacket pockets so he wouldn't see. "You give me space like it's a gift you can take back whenever you want. You try not to be controlling, but then you show up with summer plans that Alice already approved and expect me to just fall in line. That's not fair. Neither is feeling like I need permission to live my own life." Edward went very still. That particular stillness that always preceded something dangerous. The kind of stillness that reminded Bella, on some deep, instinctive level, that he wasn't entirely human. "I love you," he said quietly. "Everything I do is because I love you. I know you believe that." "You don't?" Bella looked at him, really looked at him, at the beautiful face and the golden eyes and the carefully controlled expression that hid so much. She had loved him once. Maybe she still did, in some small, tired way. But love wasn't supposed to feel like this. Love wasn't supposed to make you smaller. "I think you love the idea of me," she said slowly. "The version of me that fits into Alice's visions. The version that aligns with your plans and asks too few questions. But that's not who I am, Edward. It's never been who I am. You don't know what you're saying." "I know exactly what I'm saying." She met his eyes without flinching. "For the first time in months, I know exactly what I'm saying." The silence between them stretched, thin and fragile. Edward's face had gone pale, paler than usual, and something in his expression made Bella's chest ache despite everything. He was hurt, genuinely hurt, and part of her wanted to take it all back, to smooth things over, to go back to the way things were before she started paying attention to how wrong they felt. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. "We should talk about this more," Edward said finally. "Somewhere private, where we can really—" "No." The word hung in the air between them. "No?" Edward repeated, as he'd never heard the word before. "No more private conversations where you convince me to see things your way. No more talking in circles until I'm too tired to argue." Bella took a breath. "I'm done, Edward." His expression flickered. Confusion, disbelief, and beneath it something that looked almost like fear. "Done with the conversation? Done with us." The words came out quieter than she intended, but they landed like stones. Edward stared at her, and for a moment, he looked younger than she'd ever seen him. Lost, vulnerable. Then his face closed off, the vulnerability disappearing behind a mask of cold control. "You don't mean that." "I do. You're upset, you're not thinking clearly." "I'm thinking more clearly than I have in months." Bella's voice stayed steady, even though her heart was racing. "I care about you, Edward. Maybe I even love you in some way. But this isn't love. Not the kind I want. Not the kind anyone should want. Bella, I'm not your project." The words felt right, felt true, felt like something she should have said months ago. "I'm not something to be managed or planned or fit into someone else's vision. I'm my own person. And I've spent the last 6 months forgetting that." Edward's jaw tightened. His hands, hanging at his sides, curled into fists. When he spoke, his voice was too calm, too controlled, the kind of calm that preceded a storm. "So that's it? 6 months together, and you're just done?" "I'm done being contained. I'm done being directed. I'm done feeling like a supporting character in someone else's story. I never meant to make you feel that way. I know, and she did know. That was the tragedy of it. Edward hadn't set out to suffocate her. He just loved her the only way he knew how, and it happened to be the wrong way. But intent doesn't change impact. You didn't mean to hurt me, but you did. You didn't mean to make me feel small, but you did. And I can't keep pretending that's okay just because you didn't do it on purpose. Something flickered in Edward's eyes. Something cold and sharp, there and gone so fast she almost missed it. You'll regret this, he said softly. When the novelty of independence wears off and you realize what you've thrown away, don't. Bella's voice hardened. Don't threaten me with regret. Don't try to make me doubt myself. I've spent 6 months doubting myself because of you. And I'm done. Edward opened his mouth, then closed it again. For a long moment, he just looked at her, and Bella saw something she'd never seen before in his expression. Fury. Cold, controlled, carefully contained fury. He caught himself before it could surface fully, smoothing his features back into that careful neutrality. But she'd seen it. She'd seen what lay beneath the beautiful mask. Fine, he said, his voice like ice. If that's what you want. It is. He stepped back from her truck, his movements stiff and precise. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for, Bella. I hope it makes you happy. The words were polite. The tone was not. He turned and walked away, his stride measured and controlled, and Bella watched him go, with a strange mix of relief and grief tangled in her chest. It was over. 6 months of intensity and suffocation, and love that felt like a cage, a heart carried on the wind. Bella's point of view. Bella had her hand on the truck door when Alice appeared. One moment, the space beside her was empty. The next, Alice was there, her small frame rigid with tension, her dark eyes blazing with something that looked almost like panic. What did you do? Bella took a breath. She'd known this was coming, had known the moment she said the words to Edward, that Alice would be close behind, desperate to fix what Bella had broken. I ended it, Bella said simply. Edward and I are done. No. Alice shook her head, quick and sharp. No, that's not what I saw. You're supposed to be together. I saw you together, Bella. For years. Decades. You were happy. You were part of our family. You were what you wanted me to be. Alice flinched like she'd been slapped. That's not true, she said, but her voice wavered. I saw your future. Our future. It was beautiful, Bella. You and Edward, together forever. You were going to be one of us. You were going to... Stop. Bella held up a hand. Just stop. I don't want to hear about what you saw. I don't care about what you saw. Your visions aren't my destiny, Alice. They're just possibilities, and I'm choosing a different one. But this isn't how it's supposed to go. Alice's voice had taken on a desperate edge, her composure cracking in a way Bella had never seen before. I've been watching this future for months. I've been planning for it. Everything was supposed to work out, and now you're just changing it? You can't just change it. I can. I just did. Why? Alice stepped closer, her eyes searching Bella's face like she was looking for answers written there. Why would you walk away from everything I showed you? Don't you understand what you're giving up? I understand what I'm gaining. Bella met her gaze without flinching. My own life. My own choices. A future that belongs to me, instead of one that was planned out before I even knew it existed. Alice's expression shifted. Confusion and hurt, and something darker flickering across her delicate features. I was trying to help you. Everything I did was to help you. No, everything you did was to make sure I ended up where you wanted me. Bella's voice was calm, steady, even though her heart was pounding. You treated me like a centerpiece in your vision board, Alice. Like a character in a story you were writing. Every time I tried to make my own choice, you got upset because it didn't match what you'd already decided was going to happen. That's not fair. Maybe not, but it's true. Alice went still, that particular vampire stillness that always reminded Bella how inhuman they really were beneath the beautiful surfaces. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, controlled, but there was a tremor underneath. I thought we were friends. We could have been. Bella felt something twist in her chest. Something that might have been regret. If you'd let me be a person instead of a prophecy. If you'd asked what I wanted instead of telling me what I was going to want. Maybe then we could have been real friends. And now? Now I don't know what we are. But I know what we're not. Bella opened her truck door, putting a barrier between them. We're not family. We're not going to be sisters. I'm not going to become a vampire and spend eternity being managed by you and Edward. That future is gone, Alice. It was never mine to begin with. Alice's face crumpled, just for a moment. A flash of genuine pain that made her look almost human. Then she pulled herself together, straightening her spine, lifting her chin. You'll regret this, she said, and the words were an echo of Edward's. When you realize what you've lost. Everyone keeps telling me I'll regret this. Bella climbed into the truck, pulling the door closed between them. Maybe I will. But right now, the only thing I regret is not doing it sooner. She turned the key in the ignition. The engine rumbled to life, familiar and comforting. Alice stood frozen in the parking lot, her hands clenched at her sides, her expression a complicated mess of emotions that Bella didn't have the energy to untangle. Goodbye, Alice, Bella said through the open window. Then she put the truck in reverse and pulled away, leaving Alice standing alone in the afternoon sun. The rumor reached her before she even got home. Her phone buzzed as she pulled into Charlie's driveway. A text from Jessica. OMG, did you hear? The Cullens are leaving Forks. Angela's mom heard it from the grocery store lady, who heard it from someone at the hospital. Apparently, they're moving by the end of the month. Bella stared at the message for a long moment, something cold settling in her stomach. They were leaving. Because of her? Or had this always been the plan? Another future Alice had seen and failed to mention? Another text from Jessica. Also, I heard you and Edward broke up. In the parking lot? Call me immediately. Bella typed back, I'm okay. Talk tomorrow? You'd better. I want all the details. She pocketed her phone and sat in the driveway, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The house loomed in front of her, quiet and familiar. Charlie's cruiser was gone, which meant she had the place to herself for a few hours. Good. She needed time to think, time to process what she'd just done. She'd ended it. After 6 months of doubt and frustration and feeling like she was slowly disappearing, she'd finally ended it. So why didn't she feel relieved? The backyard was small, just a patch of grass bordered by the ever-present trees. But it had a clear view of the sky when the clouds cooperated. Tonight, they cooperated. Bella lay on the old lawn chair Charlie kept by the back door, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders against the evening chill. Above her, the stars were emerging one by one, pinpricks of light in the deepening blue. She'd done the right thing. She knew that. Felt it in her bones, in the quiet certainty that had been growing for months. Edward and Alice and the whole beautiful, suffocating Cullen world had been slowly crushing her, and she'd finally found the strength to walk away. So why did she feel so hollow? The loneliness hit her then, sudden and sharp. Not loneliness for Edward exactly. Not even loneliness for the relationship, which had stopped feeling like a relationship months ago. Just loneliness. The bone-deep ache of standing at a crossroads with no map and no idea which direction to go. A breeze picked up, rustling through the trees at the edge of the yard. Bella closed her eyes and let it wash over her, cool and soft against her skin. She thought about love, about what it was supposed to feel like, about the difference between being chosen and being claimed, between being cherished and being controlled. Edward had loved her. She believed that. But his love had been a cage, beautiful and gilded and impossible to escape. There had to be something else out there, something better. A love that felt like freedom instead of containment. A partner who wanted her to grow instead of staying small enough to manage. Didn't there? The stars offered no answers. They just burned, distant and indifferent, the same way they burned for billions of years before she existed and would keep burning for billions of years after she was gone. But somewhere, under those same stars, someone else might be looking up. Someone else might be wondering the same things. Someone else might be lonely too, reaching out toward a future they couldn't quite see. Bella didn't know who that person was, didn't know if they existed at all. But lying there in her tiny backyard, in her tiny town, watching the stars wheel overhead, she let herself hope. Maybe there was someone out there for her. Maybe the right love was still waiting to be found. The wind picked up again, stronger this time, carrying the scent of pine and rain and something else. Something wild. Something that whispered of change and possibility and futures that hadn't been written yet. Bella pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders and kept her eyes on the sky. She was alone. She was lonely. But for the first time in months, she was free. And that, she decided, was enough for now. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of finals and gossip and carefully avoided glances. The Cullens were already packing. Bella heard it from Jessica, who heard it from Angela, who heard it from half a dozen sources of varying reliability. The house outside of town was being emptied. Dr. Cullen had given notice at the hospital. The kids had stopped coming to school entirely, their absences explained away with vague references to family matters. Bella caught glimpses of them sometimes, a silver Volvo in the distance, a flash of golden hair in the grocery store parking lot. Once, she thought she saw Alice watching her from across the street, small and still and sad. She didn't approach. Neither did they. By the last day of school, the Cullens were gone. Jessica broke the news at lunch, her voice a mix of scandal and satisfaction. The moving trucks left this morning. Angela drove by their house, and it was completely empty. Not even curtains in the windows. Good riddance, Lauren muttered, though there was no real heat behind it. I heard they moved somewhere in Canada, Mike offered. Or maybe Alaska. Somewhere cold. Bella listened without commenting. The hollow feeling in her chest had faded over the past 2 weeks, replaced by something quieter. Acceptance, maybe. Or just exhaustion. Are you okay? Angela asked softly, leaning close so the others wouldn't hear. With them leaving, I mean. Bella considered the question. Was she okay? Edward was gone. Alice was gone. The whole beautiful, terrible, suffocating world of the Cullens had packed up and disappeared as if they'd never existed. And Bella was still here, still standing, still herself. Yeah, she said finally. I think I am. Angela squeezed her hand, a small gesture of solidarity that meant more than any words could. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, the end of the school year, the end of everything that had come before. Bella gathered her things and walked toward her next class, her head held high. The Cullens were gone. Summer was coming, and somewhere out there, under the same sky she'd watched from her backyard, her future was waiting. She just had to be brave enough to find it. Chapter 4. The Hill and the Heart, Jasper Point of View. The Texas sky was vast in a way that other skies simply were not. Jasper had seen skies all over the world. The pale gray ceiling of England, the brilliant blue of the Mediterranean, the heavy clouds of the Pacific Northwest. But none of them compared to this. The endless expanse of black velvet stretching from horizon to horizon, studded with more stars than any human eye could count. Out here, far from Austin's light pollution, the Milky Way was a river of silver splitting the darkness in two. He had missed this, more than he had realized until he came back. The ranch house sat behind him, warm light spilling from the windows onto the dry winter grass. Pierre and Charlotte's place. 300 acres of Texas hill country. Complete with horses that tolerated their vampire owners and a main house that Charlotte had decorated with the kind of warmth that made it feel like a home instead of just a building. 2 years. That was how long Jasper had been here now. 2 years since he had driven away from Maine with nothing but a duffel bag and a desperate need to remember who he was before Alice had tried to remake him in the image of her visions. He had found himself, slowly, painfully, but he had found himself. The screen door creaked behind him, and Peter's familiar presence settled onto the porch steps beside him. You're brooding again. I am not brooding. I am contemplating. Same thing, different word. Peter stretched his legs out in front of him, crossing his boots at the ankle. Charlotte's making that blood whiskey punch she's so proud of. Says if you don't come inside and have at least 2 glasses, she's going to be personally offended. I will be there shortly. Uh-huh. Peter didn't move, just sat there, looking out at the same stars Jasper was looking at, his presence steady and undemanding. That was one of the things Jasper appreciated most about his brother. Peter never pushed. He just waited. They sat in comfortable silence for a long moment. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote howled, and the horses shifted in the barn. Their heartbeats, slow and calm. It's been a good year, Peter said finally. You've come a long way since you showed up on our doorstep looking like someone had hollowed you out from the inside. I was not that bad. Brother, you were a mess. Don't get me wrong, we were happy to see you. But Charlotte cried for 3 days after you got here, and not because she was sad you came back, because she was sad about the state you were in. Jasper didn't argue. He remembered those first few months, the bone-deep exhaustion that had nothing to do with physical tiredness, the constant noise of Alice's voice in his head telling him what he should want, what he should feel, what he should be. It had taken longer than he cared to admit to silence that voice, to start hearing his own again. I am better now, he said quietly. You are. That's what I'm saying. You got a handle on the feeding. You're not jumping at shadows anymore. You've built yourself a real life here, Jasper. That's worth celebrating. Then why does it still feel like something is missing? The words came out before Jasper could stop them. He had not meant to say it out loud, had not meant to give voice to the quiet ache that lived in his chest, the hollow space that all his progress had failed to fill. Peter was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentler than usual. You know what your problem is? I am certain you are about to tell me. You've spent so long being what other people wanted you to be that you forgot to figure out what you want for yourself. Peter turned to look at him, his red eyes serious in the starlight. Maria wanted a soldier. Alice wanted a project. The Cullens wanted a convert. And you just went along with it. Kept trying to fit yourself into whatever box they built for you. I am no longer doing that. No, you're not, and that's good. But you haven't figured out what comes next either. You're free, Jasper. For the first time in over a century, you're actually free. So what do you want? Jasper looked back at the stars. What did he want? It was a question he had been avoiding for 2 years. Easier to focus on the day-to-day, on hunting with Peter and Charlotte, on helping with the ranch, on proving to himself that he could exist without Alice's visions guiding his every step. But Peter was right. Freedom was not the same as fulfillment. He could live the rest of eternity exactly like this, stable and peaceful and fundamentally alone, and it would be fine, comfortable, safe. It would not be enough. I do not know, he admitted. I have spent so long surviving that I am not certain I know how to want anything else. Peter nodded slowly. Well, that's something to figure out, I reckon. No rush. You've got all the time in the world. All the time in the world. That was the curse of immortality, was it not? Endless time stretching ahead, empty and waiting to be filled. Jasper had once thought that was a gift. Now he understood it was only a gift if you had something worth filling it with. The screen door opened again, and Charlotte's voice drifted out. If you two are done having your heart-to-heart, the punch is ready, and I refuse to ring in the new year without my boys inside where it's warm. Peter grinned and pushed himself to his feet. Yes, ma'am. You comin', brother? Jasper nodded and rose to follow him inside. The living room was warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Charlotte had strung lights along the mantel and set candles on every available surface, their flames flickering gently in the still air. The furniture was worn and comfortable, chosen for function rather than fashion, and the shelves were lined with books, photographs, and small trinkets collected over decades of living. It looked like a home. It felt like a home. And yet Jasper could not shake the sense that he was a guest in it. He watched Peter settle onto the couch, watched Charlotte curl into his side like she belonged there, watched the way Peter's arm came around her shoulders automatically, unconsciously. Like touching her was as natural as breathing. Mates. True mates. The kind of bond that Jasper had thought he had with Alice. until he realized that what they had was something else entirely. Convenience, companionship, a shared vision of a future that had never really belonged to him. Peter and Charlotte were different. Their bond was a living thing, visible in every glance, every touch, every moment of wordless communication that passed between them. They had been together for over a century and a half, and they still looked at each other like it was the first day. Jasper was happy for them, genuinely happy. They had taken him in without question, had given him a place to heal, and had never once made him feel like a burden. But watching them together, feeling the warmth of their bond radiating through the room like sunlight, he could not help but feel the shape of his own emptiness more acutely. Here, Charlotte pressed a glass into his hand, the amber liquid inside catching the candlelight. My special recipe. I've been working on it all month. Jasper took a sip. The whiskey burned pleasantly, the blood underneath giving it a richness that no human drink could match. It is excellent as always. Flatterer settled back against Peter, her bare feet tucked beneath her. So New Year's Eve, any resolutions? I do not make resolutions. That's because you're afraid of committing to something and then failing at it, Peter said. Which is ridiculous, by the way. You're the most disciplined person I know. Discipline is not the same as hope. The words hung in the air between them. Charlotte's expression softened, something sad flickering in her eyes. Jasper, she said gently, you know you're welcome here for as long as you want. Forever, if that's what you need. But I see you, honey. I see the way you look at the stars like you're waiting for something. I see the way you disappear for hours at a time, just walking. The hills alone. That's not contentment. That's loneliness. I am not lonely. I have you and Peter. You have us as family, but you don't have... She trailed off, glancing at Peter as if looking for permission to continue. A mate, Peter finished. She's trying to say you don't have a mate, brother. And she's right. Jasper set his glass down on the side table, harder than he intended. Alice and I were never true mates. I have made my peace with that. I'm not talking about Alice. I'm talking about the fact that somewhere out there might be someone meant for you, someone real, and you've been so busy recovering from the last 70 years that you haven't let yourself consider the possibility. There is no one meant for me. The words came out flat, final. I have existed for over 160 years, Peter. If there was someone, I would have found her by now. Or maybe you weren't ready to find her. Charlotte's voice was soft. Maybe you had to become who you really are first, before you could recognize who she really is. Jasper did not have an answer for that. He picked up his glass and took a long drink, letting the burn of whiskey and blood settle the restlessness building in his chest. The clock on the mantel showed 11:47. 13 minutes until midnight. 13 minutes until a new year began, full of empty days and endless nights. And all the time in the world to be alone with his thoughts. I think I need some air, he said, rising from his chair. Charlotte looked like she wanted to argue, but Peter's hand on her shoulder stopped her. Take your time, Peter said. We'll be here when you get back. Jasper nodded and walked out into the night. The hill was a 20-minute walk from the house, a gentle rise that offered a clear view of the surrounding countryside. Jasper had discovered it in his first week at the ranch, had made it his own in the months since. When the noise of existence became too much, when the weight of his past pressed too heavily on his shoulders, this was where he came. To think, to breathe, to remember that the universe was vast and ancient and utterly indifferent to the struggles of one weary vampire. It was almost comforting, that indifference. It meant his pain was not special. It meant his loneliness was just one small drop in an infinite ocean of loneliness that had existed since the first conscious being looked up at the sky and wondered why it was alone. He settled onto the cold ground, leaning back on his hands, and watched the stars wheel slowly overhead. The ranch house was a small cluster of lights in the distance. He could picture Peter and Charlotte inside, curled together on the couch, counting down to midnight with their arms around each other. They would kiss when the clock struck 12. They would whisper promises into each other's ears. the same promises they had been making for 150 years. Jasper had no one to make promises to. The thought should not have hurt as much as it did. He was used to being alone, had been alone in one way or another for most of his existence. Even with Maria, even with Alice, even surrounded by the Cullen family, he had always felt separate, apart, like there was a pane of glass between him and everyone else, invisible but impenetrable. He had thought leaving the Cullens would fix that, had thought that if he could just be himself, finally, truly, the loneliness would fade. It had not faded. It had only changed shape. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell began to toll. Midnight. The new year arrived whether anyone was ready for it or not. Jasper closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him. Another year. Another 365 days of this existence he had built. Stable, peaceful, safe, empty. When he opened his eyes again, the stars were still there, still burning, still indifferent. He wondered, not for the first time, if this was all there would ever be. Jasper point of view. The silence after midnight was different from the silence before. Jasper could not have explained how exactly. The stars were the same. The cold was the same. The vast, empty darkness stretching in every direction was the same. It's something had shifted with the turning of the year. Some invisible threshold crossed, and now the quiet felt less like peace and more like waiting. Waiting for what? He did not know. He lay back on the cold ground, heedless of the dirt and dry grass beneath him. Vampires did not feel discomfort the way humans did. The chill could not harm him. The hard earth could not bruise him. He could lie here until the sun rose and feel nothing but the passage of time. Sometimes he wondered if that was its own kind of curse, to be impervious to the small discomforts that reminded humans they were alive. The stars stared down at him, and he stared back. "I do not know if anyone is listening," he said aloud. His voice sounded strange in the silence, too loud and too small at once. "I do not even know if I believe there is anyone to listen, but I am going to talk anyway, because I have been silent for too long and I am tired of keeping everything inside." The wind stirred, rustling through the dry grass. It felt almost like a response, though Jasper knew better than to assign meaning to coincidence. "I have lived for 162 years. I've been a soldier, a monster, a weapon. I have killed more people than I can count, and I have felt every one of their deaths like it was my own. For a century, I thought that was all I would ever be. A thing that destroys. A thing that feeds. A thing that exists without purpose or meaning." He paused, gathering his thoughts. The words were coming easier now, flowing out of some place he had kept locked for too long. "Then Alice found me, and for a while I thought she was the answer. She had visions of a different life, a better life, and she wanted me to be part of it. So I followed her. I let her lead me to the Cullens, let her dress me up in their ideology, let her tell me who I was supposed to be. I thought that was love. I thought that was fate." A bitter laugh escaped him, rough and humorless. It was not love. It was not fate. It was just another cage. Prettier than Maria's, but a cage nonetheless. Alice did not want me. She wanted the version of me she had seen in her visions. And when I could not become that version, when I kept failing and struggling and being too broken to fit into her perfect future, she just kept trying to fix me, like I was a project, like I was something to be managed. He fell silent, letting the words settle into the darkness. Above him, a shooting star streaked across the sky. There, and gone in an instant. "I left," he continued. 2 years ago, I finally left, and it was the right choice. I know that now. I'd have found peace here with Peter and Charlotte. I have learned how to feed without hating myself. I have proven that I can exist without someone else telling me how to exist. Another pause. This one is longer, heavier, but I am still alone. The admission hung in the air, raw and exposed. Jasper had not said those words out loud before, had not let himself acknowledge the hollow ache that lived beneath all his hard-won stability. Peter and Charlotte have each other. They have a bond that I cannot even comprehend. A connection so deep it is woven into the fabric of who they are. I watch them together, and I am truly happy for them. But I also feel the shape of what I do not have. The empty space where someone should be. He sat up, wrapping his arms around his knees like a child seeking comfort. The gesture was foolish. There was no comfort to be found in his own embrace. I have started to wonder if there is something wrong with me. If the years with Maria damaged me so deeply that I'm incapable of the kind of love Peter and Charlotte share. Or if Alice was right, and I was always meant to be alone. Just a broken thing, stumbling through eternity without anyone to stumble beside. The wind picked up, stronger now, carrying the scent of cedar and dry earth. Jasper closed his eyes and let it wash over him. If there is anyone out there, he said quietly, anyone meant for me, I do not know how to find you. I do not even know if you exist. But if you do, if you are somewhere under these same stars, wondering the same things I am wondering. His voice cracked. He had not expected that. Had not expected the emotion to rise up so suddenly, so sharply, threatening to overwhelm the careful control he had spent decades building. I am here, he whispered. I am waiting. I have been waiting for so long, and I am so tired of being alone. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no distant coyotes, no rustling grass, just Jasper and the stars, and the vast, indifferent universe that offered no answers. He did not know how long he sat there. Time moved differently when you had forever. Minutes could feel like hours, hours like minutes. The stars wheeled overhead, slow and steady, and Jasper watched them without seeing. Then something caught his eye. A flash of red against the dark ground, tumbling across the hillside like a living thing. The wind had picked up again, and it was pushing something toward him, something that did not belong in this landscape of brown grass and gray rock. Jasper reached out and caught it as it blew past. Paper. Red paper. The color of blood, of valentines, of hearts drawn by children who still believed in love. It was creased and worn, clearly discarded by someone, carried by the wind from wherever it had started its journey. He turned it over in his hands, studying it by starlight. There was nothing written on it, no name, no message, no indication of where it had come from or who had let it go. Just red paper, bright and vivid against his pale fingers. Jasper did not believe in signs, did not believe that the universe sent messages through random scraps of trash blown across Texas hillsides. And yet, he found himself folding the paper. His hands moved without conscious thought, creasing, shaping, and transforming the flat rectangle into something else. It was a skill he had learned long ago, in another life, when he was still human, and his mother had taught him to make shapes out of newspaper to entertain his younger siblings. When he was finished, he held a heart. Rough and imperfect, the edges torn rather than cut, but recognizable. A heart made of red paper, sitting in the palm of his hand like an offering, or a prayer. He stared at it for a long moment, this small, silly thing he had created without meaning to. A heart made of red paper, torn at the edges, imperfect and fragile. It meant nothing. It was nothing, just a scrap of trash transformed by idle hands into a shape that mocked the very thing he lacked. And yet he could not bring himself to crush it. Jasper stood, the heart cupped carefully in his palm. The wind was still blowing, steady and insistent, pulling at his hair and his clothes like it wanted something from him. He looked down at the heart one last time. Red paper, a torn heart, nothing more. Then he opened his hand and let go. The wind caught the heart immediately, lifting it from his palm like it had been waiting for exactly this moment. Jasper watched it rise and tumble, watched it dance against the backdrop of stars, watched it grow smaller and smaller as it was carried away into the darkness. And then, just for a moment, something strange happened. The wind shifted. changed direction entirely, as if some unseen hand had reached down and redirected its course. The heart, which had been tumbling aimlessly, suddenly moved with purpose, caught by an invisible current that seemed to know exactly where it was going. The air around Jasper grew warm, impossibly warm for a Texas winter night, and then cold again, and he felt something brush against his awareness. Not an emotion, not exactly, more like a presence, distant and faint, but undeniably real. Something vast, something patient, something that had been waiting. The hair on the back of his neck would have risen if he were still human. Instead, he felt a shiver run through him that had nothing to do with temperature. A deep and primal recognition that he was in the presence of something beyond his understanding. Then, it was gone. The wind returned to normal, the warmth dissipated, and Jasper was left standing alone on the hill, his hands still outstretched toward a sky that offered no explanation. The heart had vanished, swallowed by the darkness, carried away to some destination he would never know, going where he could not fathom, going to whom he could not imagine. But as the silence settled back around him, Jasper felt something shift inside his chest. Not hope exactly, not faith, just the quiet, inexplicable sense that something had heard him, that his words, spoken to empty air and indifferent stars, had somehow found their mark. He stood on the hill for a long time after that, watching the stars, feeling the lingering strangeness in the air, existing in the space between loneliness and something else. Something that might, if he were very lucky, one day become an answer. The walk back to the ranch house was quiet. The wind had died down completely. The stars had begun to fade at the edges of the horizon, and the first hints of gray were creeping into the eastern sky. Dawn was coming. Another day. Another year. Peter and Charlotte would be waiting for him. They would ask if he was all right, and he would say yes. And they would pretend to believe him, because that was what family did. They would go about their day, tend to the horses, and maybe ride out to the far pasture to check the fence line. Normal things, safe things, the building blocks of the stable life Jasper had worked so hard to construct. It was a good life. He knew that, better than anything he had dared to hope for when he first drove away from Maine 2 years ago. But as he walked through the pre-dawn darkness, his boots crunching softly on the frozen grass, he could not stop thinking about what had happened on the hill. The red paper heart, the strange shift in the wind, the warmth that had no source, and the presence that had no name. He was not a man who believed in magic. He had lived too long and seen too much to put stock in fairy tales and wishful thinking. The universe was cold, random, and utterly indifferent to the desires of the creatures that inhabited it. And yet, something had happened up there. Something he could not explain. Something that had left him feeling, for the first time in longer than he could remember, like he was not entirely alone. The ranch house appeared over the last rise, its windows glowing warm against the gray morning. Jasper paused at the edge of the property, looking at it. His home, his family, his life. It was enough. It had to be enough. But as he stood there watching the light spill out into the darkness, he could not shake the feeling that somewhere, somehow, a door had opened. A path had been set. A story had begun that he did not yet know the shape of. He took a breath he did not need and walked toward the light. Later that morning, after the sun had fully risen and Peter had made a joke about Jasper's midnight crisis that was only half a joke, Charlotte found him in the barn, brushing down one of the horses. "You seem different," she said, leaning against the stall door. "Lighter, maybe." "Did something happen out there on the hill?" Jasper considered the question. The brush moved in steady strokes down the mare's flank, rhythmic and soothing. "I let something go," he said finally. "Something I've been carrying for a long time." "That's good, honey. That's really good." Charlotte's voice was warm, but her eyes were sharp. She saw more than she let on, always had. "Anything you want to talk about?" "Not yet." He paused, remembering the strange warmth, the shifting wind, the presence he could not name. Maybe someday, she nodded, accepting that. Well, whenever you're ready, I'm here. We both are. I know. Jasper set down the brush and turned to face her. Thank you, Charlotte, for everything, for taking me in, for giving me space, for not trying to fix me. You were never broken, Jasper, just lost. There's a difference. He thought about that, about the years of believing he was damaged beyond repair, a monster wearing human skin, about Alice's constant efforts to reshape him into something more acceptable, about the slow, painful process of learning that maybe, just maybe, he was worthy of existence exactly as he was. I'm starting to understand that, he said. Charlotte smiled, reached out and squeezed his arm. Good. Now come inside. I'm making breakfast for the humans who work the ranch, and you can pretend to eat with them. It's good for appearances. Jasper followed her out of the barn, into the bright Texas morning. The red paper heart was miles away by now, carried by winds he would never trace to a destination he would never know. Just a scrap of paper, meaningless and small. And yet, when he had released it, something had stirred in the air. Something that felt almost like an answer. Maybe there was someone out there. Maybe someday the wind would remember him. Chapter 5. The Heart on the Windshield. Bella Point of View. January in Forks was a study in gray. Gray sky, gray rain. Gray mornings that bled into gray afternoons, that surrendered to gray evenings without the sun ever making an appearance. Bella had lived here for over a year now, and she still was not used to it. Probably never would be. She stood at the kitchen window, nursing a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm, and watched the rain streak down the glass. Charlie had left for work an hour ago, his cruiser pulling out of the driveway while the sky was still more black than gray. She had the house to herself, the silence broken only by the steady drumming of water on the roof. 7 months. That was how long it had been since the Cullens left. Since Edward left. Since she had stood in that parking lot and said the words that needed to be said and watched him walk away with fury barely contained behind his golden eyes. She did not miss him. That still surprised her sometimes. She had expected to miss him, had braced herself for the grief, the loneliness, the aching void that was supposed to follow the end of a relationship. And there had been some of that in the beginning. A few weeks of feeling untethered, uncertain, like she had stepped off a cliff and was waiting to hit the ground. But the ground had come sooner than expected, and it had been softer than she feared. The truth was, she felt more like herself now than she had in months. She could make decisions without second-guessing whether Edward would approve. She could spend time with Angela and Jessica without feeling guilty. She could exist in her own space, breathe her own air, think her own thoughts. It was freedom. Real freedom. And most days, it was enough. Most days. Bella drained the last of her coffee and set the mug in the sink. She had errands to run today. Groceries, mostly. Charlie's idea of cooking was opening a can of something and calling it dinner. And as she did not keep the refrigerator stocked, they would both starve. She grabbed her jacket from the hook by the door and stepped out onto the porch. The rain had eased to a drizzle. The kind of persistent moisture that was not quite heavy enough to warrant an umbrella, but would still soak through her clothes within minutes. Bella pulled her hood up and jogged toward her truck, keys already in hand. She was halfway across the yard when she saw it. Something red, bright against the gray morning, was sitting on her windshield, as if deliberately placed there. Bella slowed, frowning. It was too small to be a flyer, too vivid to be a leaf. She approached the truck cautiously, not sure what she was expecting. A heart, a paper heart, red as blood, folded and torn into shape by hands that knew what they were doing. It sat perfectly centered on her windshield, held in place by the wiper blade, as if it had been waiting for her. Bella reached out to pick it up, and her fingers hesitated just before they made contact. The rain was still falling. Light, but steady. Everything around her was wet. The truck, the driveway. The grass, her own jacket already speckled with droplets. But the heart was dry, completely, impossibly dry. Not a single drop of moisture on its surface, not a hint of dampness softening its edges. It sat there in the middle of the rain like it existed in its own pocket of weather, untouched and untouchable. Bella picked it up. The paper was warm. Not just room temperature, not just neutral. Warm, like it had been sitting in sunlight, like someone had been holding it in their hands moments before. The heat seeped into her fingers, spreading up through her palm, and she felt something stir in her chest. Something that might have been recognition, though she could not have said what she was recognizing. She turned the heart over, and her breath caught. There were words on it, handwritten, in ink that was dark and clear, despite the paper looking weathered and old, like it had traveled a great distance to reach her. A poem. If the wind remembers me, let it carry what I cannot say. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. And if no one ever comes for me, let the wind be my only fate. Bella read the words once, twice, 3 times, her eyes tracing the loops and lines of handwriting that was elegant and old-fashioned. The kind of penmanship they did not teach in schools anymore. The loneliness in those words, the quiet desperation, the ache of someone who had been alone for too long and had stopped believing that would ever change. She knew that feeling, had lived inside it for 6 months with Edward, trapped in a relationship that should have been love, but it felt more like a cage. Had touched it again in the months since, lying in her backyard and staring at the stars, and wondering if there was someone out there who might understand her. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. Her. The poem said her. Whoever wrote this, whoever sent this impossible, dry, warm paper heart through the rain to land on her windshield, they were looking for her, or someone like her. Someone who might understand what it meant to walk too long in silence. Bella turned the heart over again, looking for more. And there, on the back, 2 things. A signature, J. Whitlock. And below it, smaller, almost apologetic. I did not mean for anyone to find this. J. Whitlock. The name meant nothing to her. She did not know any Whitlocks and had never heard the name in Forks, Phoenix, or anywhere else she had lived. It was a stranger's name, attached to a stranger's words. And yet the heart was warm in her hands. And yet the paper was dry in the rain. And yet she felt, deep in some part of herself she could not name, that this was not random, that this was not a coincidence, that something, somehow, had meant for her to find this. There was one more thing on the back of the heart, a phone number, written in the same elegant hand. Bella stared at it. This was insane. She did not call random phone numbers written on mysterious paper hearts that appeared on her windshield. She did not believe in signs of fate or the universe sending messages through the mail. She was practical, grounded, the kind of person who looked for logical explanations and did not trust things that could not be explained. And yet, the heart pulsed in her hand, actually pulsed, a faint throb of warmth that beat against her palm like a second heartbeat. Bella gasped and nearly dropped it, but her fingers tightened instinctively, holding on. The pulsing faded. The warmth remained, steady and gentle, and Bella stood in the drizzling rain with a paper heart in her hand. A phone number she should not call, and a name she did not know. J. Whitlock. I did not mean for anyone to find this, but she had found it. She, Bella Swan, standing in her driveway in Forks, Washington, on a gray January morning. She had found it, and now she had to decide what to do about it. She did not go to the grocery store. Instead, she went back inside, sat down at the kitchen table, and spread the heart out in front of her. The paper was dry against the wood, the words dark and clear, the warmth still radiating from its surface, as if it were alive. Bella read the poem again, and again. Each time, the words settled deeper into her chest, finding places that had been empty for too long. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. She thought about the months with Edward, the way she had shrunk herself to fit into his world, the silence she had wrapped herself in, afraid to speak her own thoughts. afraid to want her own wants. She had been so quiet for so long that she had almost forgotten what her own voice sounded like. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. She thought about that night in her backyard after the breakup, lying under the stars, feeling the wind on her face, wondering if there was someone out there for her. Someone who would love her without trying to contain her. Someone who would see her as she really was and want her anyway. She had sent that thought out into the universe like a prayer, had watched the stars and felt the wind and hoped, quietly, desperately, that she was not meant to be alone. And now this, a paper heart, warm and dry and impossible. A poem that echoed her own loneliness back to her. A name she did not know and a number she should not call. Bella picked up her phone. Her thumb hovered over the screen, hesitating. This was crazy. This was absolutely crazy. She did not know who Jay Whitlock was. Did not know who would answer if she dialed that number. For all she knew, this was some kind of elaborate prank, a joke at her expense, a trap designed to make her look foolish. But the heart was warm in her other hand, and the words were true. She could feel their truth like a vibration in her bones. And something deep inside her, something that had been asleep for a long time, was waking up and whispering that this mattered, that this was real, that if she did not make this call, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Bella typed in the number. Her finger hovered over the call button. She thought about Edward, about the way he had tried to plan her future without asking what she wanted, about the way Alice had treated her like a character in a story that had already been written. This was different. This was her choice, her decision. No one was pushing her toward this. No one was manipulating her into it. She was choosing to call, choosing to reach out, choosing to follow this strange, impossible thread wherever it led. That felt important. That felt like the most important thing of all. Bella pressed call. Bella point of view, the phone rang twice. Bella's heart was pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. She gripped the paper heart in her other hand, its warmth a steady comfort against her palm, and waited. 3 rings. 4. Maybe no one would answer. Maybe this was a dead number, disconnected years ago, attached to a person who no longer existed. Maybe she would get voicemail and have to decide whether to leave a message, and what would she even say? Hi. I found a mysterious heart on my windshield with your number on it, and I think I might be losing my mind. 5 rings. Click. This better be good. The voice was male, deep, with a drawl that stretched the words out like warm honey. It's not even 9 in the morning, and I was in the middle of something important. Bella hesitated. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Hold on. There was a muffled sound, like a hand covering the receiver, and then the man's voice, distant but audible. Char, stop laughing. I'm on the phone. A woman's voice responded with something Bella couldn't make out, followed by more muffled laughter. The man came back on the line. Sorry about that. My wife thinks she's hilarious. Now, who is this, and how'd you get this number? My name is Bella, and I got your number from... She looked down at the heart in her hand. This is going to sound crazy. Darlin', I've heard crazy. Try me. I found a paper heart on my truck this morning. A red paper heart with writing on it. Your phone number was on the back. Silence. I'm sorry, you found a what now? A paper heart, made of red paper. It was on my windshield this morning, and your number was written on it. Lady, I think you might have the wrong number. I don't know anything about any paper hearts. Peter's voice was genuinely puzzled, not defensive, just confused. But your number is right here, and there's a signature. Jay Whitlock. Do you know anyone named Whitlock? His voice sharpened immediately. That's my name. And Jay with the, hold on, did you say there's writing on this thing? Yes, a poem and a signature, and your phone number. A poem? The word came out flat, bewildered. And you're sure it says Whitlock? Jay Whitlock, clear as day. More silence. Bella could hear the man breathing, could almost feel him, trying to put pieces together that didn't quite fit. Where are you calling from? He asked finally. Washington. Forks, Washington. It's a small town on the... I know where Forks is. His voice had changed again. Still confused, but sharper now. More alert. You're telling me you found a red paper heart on your windshield in Forks, Washington, with my phone number and a signature that says Jay Whitlock? Yes. And a poem. Yes. What kind of poem? Bella lifted the heart and read aloud. If the wind remembers me, let it carry what I cannot say. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. And if no one ever comes for me, let the wind be my only fate. The silence that followed was absolute. Not the confused silence from before. Something different. Something heavier. Read that again, the man said, and his voice had gone rough. Bella read it again, slower this time, letting each word land. When she finished, she heard him exhale, a long, shaky breath that sounded like it had been punched out of him. Well, I'll be damned, he whispered, and then louder, away from the phone. Charlotte, Char, get in here, now. Footsteps in the background, a door opening. The woman's voice was concerned now, instead of laughing. Peter, what's wrong? You look like someone just walked over your grave. Just listen. There was a click, and the sound quality changed. Speakerphone. Bella, you still there? I'm here. This is my wife, Charlotte. I need you to tell her exactly what you told me. Start from the beginning. Don't leave anything out. So Bella told them. She told them about the gray January morning, about walking out to her truck and seeing the flash of red against the wet windshield. She told them about picking up the heart and realizing it was completely dry despite the rain. She told them about the warmth of the paper, the way it seemed to pulse against her palm, the strange feeling that it was somehow alive. She told them about the poem, about the elegant handwriting that looked like something from another era, about the signature, Jay Whitlock, and the phone number beneath it, about the words on the back. I did not mean for anyone to find this. When she finished, the line was quiet. Peter. Charlotte's voice was careful. Jay Whitlock. That's Jasper. Yeah, I know. But how would Jasper's name end up on a paper heart in Washington? He hasn't left the ranch in weeks, and he certainly hasn't been mailing poetry to strangers. I don't know. Peter's voice was strange. Distant, like part of his attention was somewhere else entirely. Bella, this poem, you're sure that's exactly what it says? Word for word? I'm looking at it right now. That's exactly what it says. And the handwriting, you said it looked old-fashioned? Like something from a long time ago. Very elegant, formal. Peter made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been something else entirely. That's Jasper's handwriting. I'd know it anywhere. He learned to write in the 1800s and never quite updated his style. Bella's brain snagged on that. The 1800s? That didn't make sense. But before she could ask, Charlotte spoke. Peter, what are you thinking? 'Cause you've got that look on your face. I'm thinking about New Year's Eve. Peter's voice was slow, as if he were working something out as he spoke. Remember how Jasper went out to the hill that night? Alone? Said he needed some air? Needed to think? I remember. He was gone for hours. And when he came back, he was different. Not bad. Different. Just different. Like something had shifted. I asked him about it the next morning, and he said he'd let something go. That's all he'd say. Just that he'd let something go. Bella's grip on the heart tightened. You think he made this? The heart? I think. Peter paused. I don't know what I think. I wasn't there. I didn't see him do anything. But that poem, those words, that's Jasper. That's everything he feels and can't say. The loneliness, the waiting, the fear that he's gonna be alone forever. I've watched him carry that weight for years, and I've never heard him put it into words. But if he did, if he ever found a way to say it out loud, that's exactly what it would sound like. But how did it get to Washington? Charlotte asked. That's over 2,000 miles away, and it's been 3 weeks since New Year's Eve. I don't know. Peter's voice was quiet. I don't know how any of this is possible, but I'm starting to think that maybe it's not supposed to make sense. Maybe it's supposed to be exactly what it looks like. And what does it look like? Bella asked. Peter was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. There was something new in it, something that sounded almost like wonder. It looks like fate, he said. It looks like the universe decided to take matters into its own hands. Bella's breath caught. What do you mean? I mean that Jasper has been alone for a very long time, longer than you can probably imagine. And he's convinced, down to his bones, that he's always going to be alone, that he doesn't deserve anything else. I've watched him struggle with that belief for years, watched him build a life here with me and Charlotte, watched him heal from things that should have destroyed him. But there's a part of him that's still waiting, still hoping, even though he won't admit it, still sending out prayers to a universe he's not sure is listening. He paused and Bella heard him take a breath. And now you're telling me that a paper heart with his name on it flew 2,000 miles and landed on your windshield, with a poem that sounds like his soul turned inside out, with a phone number that led you straight to me. His voice dropped. That's not a coincidence, Bella. That's not random chance. That's something else entirely. But I don't understand how. Neither do I. And honestly, I don't think we're supposed to understand. I think we're just supposed to pay attention. Peter's voice shifted again, becoming more focused, more certain. Tell me something, Bella. Why did you call? You find a strange heart with a stranger's number. Most people would throw it away, think it was some kind of prank or mistake. But you called. Why? Bella thought about it. The question deserved more than a quick answer. Because the poem felt true, she said slowly. Like whoever wrote it, they understood something I've been feeling too. And the heart itself, there's something about it. Something I can't explain. It was dry in the rain. It's warm, even now. And when I first picked it up, I swear I felt it pulse, like a heartbeat. She paused. I know that sounds crazy. It doesn't sound crazy, Charlotte's voice was gentle. It sounds like something wanted you to find it. Something wanted you to call. That's what it felt like, Bella admitted, like I was supposed to. Like ignoring it wasn't really an option. Peter made a sound, a soft exhale that sounded like pieces clicking into place. Peter? Charlotte's voice was careful. You've got that look again. It's hitting me, Char, that feeling. You know the one. The knowing thing? Yeah, the knowing thing. Peter's voice had gone rough. It's been building since she started talking, but now it's like a damn tidal wave. I can't ignore it. What's it telling you? That this matters, that she matters. Whatever brought that heart from Texas to Washington, it wasn't an accident, and it wasn't a coincidence. It was... He stopped, seemed to struggle for words. It was an answer to a question Jasper's been asking his whole damn life. Bella's heart was racing. I don't understand. What question? The same one you've been asking, I'd wager. Peter's voice softened. You told us about being lonely, about lying in your backyard and wondering if there was someone out there for you. When was that? Bella thought back, the night after the breakup, the stars, the wind, the quiet, desperate hope she'd sent out into the darkness. June, she said. Last June. And Jasper went to that hill on New Year's Eve, alone, in the dark, asking the sky if there was anyone out there who might want him. Peter's voice cracked slightly. Two people 2,000 miles apart, both asking the universe the same question, and then a paper heart flies across the country and lands on your windshield. You tell me what that sounds like. It sounds impossible. It sounds like fate finally decided to get off its rear and do something useful. Peter laughed, but there was emotion in it. I've known Jasper for a long time, Bella. Longer than you'd believe. And I've watched him suffer in ways that would break most people. He spent so long convinced that he's not worth loving, that anyone who gets close to him is gonna get hurt. And here's the universe, sending his heart directly to a girl who was asking the same questions he was. That's not subtle. That's a cosmic 2x4 upside the head. Charlotte spoke up. What Peter's trying to say in his own colorful way is that we think this might be something real, something important. And if there's even a chance that's true, we don't want to ignore it. What does that mean? Bella asked. What am I supposed to do? Peter and Charlotte were quiet for a moment. Bella could almost feel them looking at each other, having one of those wordless conversations that couples have when they've been together long enough to read each other's minds. Come to Texas, Peter said finally. Come meet Jasper. The words landed in Bella's chest like stones. I can't just, why not? Because I don't know him. I don't know you. For all I know, this could be some kind of elaborate prank, or a trap, or it could be exactly what it looks like. Peter's voice was gentle but firm. A chance, a possibility, something the universe went to a whole lot of trouble to set up. And it would be a real shame to waste it just because it seems too good to be true. I have school, and my dad would never let me fly off to meet strangers. When's your next break? Charlotte asked. February, midwinter break, around Valentine's Day. Peter burst out laughing, a real laugh this time, full of genuine delight. Valentine's Day, of course it is. The universe really has no sense of subtlety, does it? Peter, Charlotte said, but Bella could hear the smile in her voice. I'm serious. A paper heart with a love poem lands on her windshield, and her next school break just happens to be Valentine's Day. At this point, fate might as well write, hint, hint, across the sky in giant letters. Despite everything, despite the confusion and the impossibility and the sheer strangeness of the entire situation, Bella found herself smiling. You're kind of ridiculous, she said. I've been told that before, usually by Charlotte. And she's usually right. Peter's voice warmed. But I'm also right about this, Bella. I can feel it in my bones. You're supposed to come here. You're supposed to meet Jasper. Whatever happens after that is up to the two of you. But this first step, this is fate giving you both a chance. Don't let fear talk you out of taking it. What if he doesn't want to meet me? He doesn't know about any of this yet, Peter admitted. But I know my brother. I know what he's been hoping for, even if he won't admit it to himself. And I know that if I told him a girl found his heart across 2,000 miles and called to ask about him, he'd want to meet her. He'd be terrified, and he'd try to talk himself out of it, and he'd probably convince himself it couldn't possibly be real. But underneath all that, he'd want to meet her. How can you be so sure? Because I've watched him be alone for a very long time, and I've seen the way that loneliness has eaten at him year after year, until he almost stopped believing that anything else was possible. Peter's voice went soft. He deserves better than that, Bella. He deserves someone who understands what it feels like to be lonely. Someone who asked the same questions he did. Someone who found his heart and didn't throw it away. Bella looked down at the paper heart in her hand. Still warm, still impossible, still somehow inexplicably real. Tell me about him, she said. Jasper, what's he like? He's quiet, Peter said. Not shy, just contained. He feels things deeply, but he's spent so long hidden those feelings that most people never see them. He's kind, even when he doesn't think he deserves to be. He's loyal to a fault. He'd walk through fire for the people he loves, and he has, more than once. He's also stubborn, Charlotte added. Once he gets an idea in his head, it's nearly impossible to change his mind. And he has this annoying habit of always trying to take care of everyone else while ignoring his own needs. That's because he doesn't think his needs matter, Peter said quietly. He spent so long believing he's not worth taking care of. That's what we've been trying to show him, Char and me. That he deserves good things. That he's allowed to want more than just survival. Bella's throat tightened. She thought about the poem. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. He sounds sad, she said softly. He is sad. Has been for a long time. But he's also strong and brave, and one of the best men I've ever known. Peter paused. And I think maybe, just maybe, you might be exactly what he needs. How can you know that? You've never even met me. I know what the universe went through to get you two connected. Paper hearts don't fly 2,000 miles on their own. Poems don't write themselves. Phone numbers don't appear out of thin air. Peter's voice was warm with conviction. Whatever force decided to bring Jasper's heart to your windshield, it knows what it's doing, and my gut is telling me to trust it. Bella was quiet for a long moment, staring at the heart, feeling its warmth against her skin. What if I come all the way to Texas and it's nothing, she asked. What if we meet and there's no connection? What if it's just awkward and weird and we have nothing to say to each other? Then you go home and you've lost nothing but a few days. Charlotte said gently, and at least you'll know. At least you won't spend the rest of your life wondering what might have happened if you'd been brave enough to try. We'll send you a plane ticket, Peter added. You won't have to pay for anything. Just come for your break, meet Jasper, see what happens. If it doesn't feel right, if something seems off, you can leave whenever you want. No pressure, no expectations. Just a chance. That's all we're asking you to take. Bella thought about her life in Forks, the gray mornings and the quiet evenings. The loneliness that had faded but never quite disappeared. The question she'd asked the stars that night in June when she wondered if there was someone out there who might understand her. And now this, a paper heart with a poem that echoed her own feelings. A phone call to strangers who felt strangely like friends. An invitation to take a leap of faith and see where she landed. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. But the heart was warm in her hand, and the words were true. And somewhere in Texas, a man was waiting, unaware he was waiting. Okay, she said, and her voice was steadier than she expected. Send me the ticket. Peter let out a breath that sounded like relief and joy and something deeper, something that might have been hope. You won't regret this, Bella Swan. I hope not. I know not. She could hear the grin in his voice. I don't get to be certain about much in this life, but I'm certain about this. Whatever happens when you meet Jasper, it's gonna be worth the trip. How are you going to explain this to him? Bella asked. The heart, the phone call, all of it? Very carefully, Peter said, and probably with a lot of whiskey. But that's my problem to figure out. You just worry about getting here. We'll email you all the details, Charlotte added. Flight information, our address, anything you need. And Bella, if you have questions between now and then, if you get scared or start doubting any of this, you call us, day or night. We're here. Why are you being so nice to me? The question came out before Bella could stop it. You don't even know me. Because the universe went to a whole lot of trouble to connect you with our family, Peter said simply. And I've learned not to argue with the universe. It tends to win anyway. Also, Charlotte added, because anyone who finds a mysterious heart on their windshield and actually calls the number instead of running away screaming is either very brave or very crazy. Either way, we like that about you. Bella laughed, surprising herself. Maybe I'm both. The best people usually are. Charlotte's voice was warm. We'll see you in February, sweetheart. Valentine's Day. Try not to overthink it too much between now and then. No promises. Fair enough. Peter's voice came back. Lighter now. Safe travels, Bella Swan, and hold on to that heart. Something tells me it's gonna be important. I will. And Bella, yeah? Thank you. For calling, for believing in something you don't understand. Jasper's been waiting a long time for someone brave enough to do that. The words settled into her chest, warm and heavy. I'll see you soon, she said, counting the days. The line went dead, and Bella sat at the kitchen table for a long time, the paper heart pressed against her chest, watching the clouds part outside her window. February, Valentine's Day, Texas. A man named Jasper, who had asked the universe the same question she had, and somehow, impossibly, gotten her as an answer. She should be terrified, should be second-guessing everything, should be convincing herself that this was crazy, and she should forget the whole thing. But the heart was still warm in her hand, pulsing gently like it was glad to be held. And the words of the poem were still echoing in her mind, beautiful and sad, and full of a loneliness that matched her own. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. He had waited, and the wind had remembered. And against all odds, across 2,000 miles and 3 impossible weeks, his heart had found her. Now she just had to be brave enough to find him back. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds for the first time in days, spilling golden light across the kitchen table, like a promise. Bella smiled, tucked the heart carefully into her pocket, and went to tell Charlie she needed to talk to him about February. Jasper's point of view. The fence on the north pasture had been giving them trouble for weeks. Jasper wiped his hands on his jeans and surveyed his work, satisfied that the repair would hold through the rest of winter. Manual labor was one of the few things that quieted his mind. Out here, with nothing but the horses and the wind and the endless Texas sky, he could almost forget the weight he carried. Could almost pretend he was just a man, doing a man's work, living a man's life. Almost. He gathered his tools and started the walk back to the ranch house, his boots crunching on the frozen grass. The sun was climbing toward noon, pale and distant in the January sky. It had been 3 weeks since New Year's Eve. 3 weeks since he had stood on the hill and poured his heart out to the stars. 3 weeks since he had torn a piece of red paper into a heart and let the wind carry it away. He still did not know why he had done it. The whole thing felt like a dream now, hazy and half-remembered. He had been lonely. He had been desperate. He had wanted, just once, to let go of something instead of holding it all inside. So he had, and the wind had taken it, and nothing had changed. Nothing ever changed. The ranch house came into view over the last rise, smoke curling from the chimney, and Jasper felt the familiar mix of gratitude and guilt that always accompanied his return. Peter and Charlotte had given him everything: a home, a family, a reason to keep existing when existence felt like a burden. He owed them more than he could ever repay. And yet he could not shake the feeling that he was still waiting for something. Something he could not name. Something that might never come. He pushed open the back door and stepped into the mudroom, stomping the dirt off his boots. The house smelled like coffee and wood smoke, warm and welcoming. He could hear Peter and Charlotte talking in the kitchen, their voices low and serious in a way that made him pause. "I don't know how to explain it to him," Peter was saying. "This is the strangest damn thing I've ever heard." "We just tell him what happened," Charlotte replied. "What the girl said. Let him make sense of it." "Make sense of it? Char, none of this makes sense. A paper heart flies 2,000 miles, lands on some girl's truck in Washington, and it's got my phone number on it, along with a poem and Jasper's name? How does anyone make sense of that?" Jasper's blood went cold. A paper heart. Washington. His name. No, that was not possible. That was absolutely not possible. He stepped into the kitchen, and both Peter and Charlotte went silent. They were sitting at the table, coffee cups in front of them, identical expressions of bewildered concern on their faces. "What did you just say?" Jasper's voice came out rougher than he intended. Peter and Charlotte exchanged a look, one of those married couple looks that contained entire conversations. "Jasper," Charlotte said carefully, "why don't you sit down?" "I would rather stand. What did you say about a paper heart?" Peter rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable. "Okay, so we got a phone call this morning from a girl in Washington. Forks, Washington, if you can believe that. Tiny town in the middle of nowhere." Jasper's hands had gone numb. "Go on." "She said she found something on her truck this morning, a red paper heart sitting on her windshield. And here's where it gets weird." Peter paused, his eyes searching Jasper's face. "She said there was writing on it, a poem, signed J. Whitlock. And my phone number." The kitchen seemed to tilt sideways. Jasper gripped the back of a chair to steady himself. "Your phone number," he repeated slowly. "Yeah, my phone number, which is how she called us." Peter leaned forward. "Jasper, do you know anything about this? Because I've been sitting here for an hour trying to figure out how a paper heart with your name on it ended up 2,000 miles away, and I've got nothing." Jasper closed his eyes. The hill, the stars, the red paper he had found was blowing across the field, the heart he had torn with his own hands and released into the wind. He had not written anything on it. He was certain of that. He had simply made the heart, held it for a moment, and let it go. But now a girl in Washington was holding it, with his name on it, with Peter's phone number, with a poem. Jasper? Charlotte's voice was gentle. Honey, you've gone pale. Well, paler than usual. What's going on? He opened his eyes. I made that heart. The silence that followed was absolute. You what? Keter's voice was barely above a whisper. On New Year's Eve, I went to the hill, the one behind the east pasture. He hesitated, the words catching in his throat. I was feeling low, lonely. I started talking to the sky, which I know sounds ridiculous, but I just needed to let some of it out. And then this piece of red paper blew past me, and I caught it, and He shook his head. I do not know why I did it. I just started folding it, tearing it into a shape. A heart. Charlotte's hand had come up to cover her mouth. Peter was staring at him like he had grown a second head. And then what? Peter asked. And then I let it go. The wind took it. Jasper met his brother's eyes. But Peter, I did not write anything on it. No poem, no signature, no phone number. It was blank. Just a torn piece of paper shaped like a heart. The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. That's impossible, Peter said finally. The girl read me the poem, Jasper, over the phone. He gestured to Charlotte, who reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Charlotte copied it down while Bella was talking. It's real. It exists. I believe you, but I am telling you, I did not write it. Then how? I do not know. Jasper's voice cracked. I do not know how any of this is possible. I made a blank heart and threw it into the wind 3 weeks ago, and now you're telling me a girl in Washington found it with words on it that I never wrote. Charlotte stood up slowly, crossing to where Jasper stood frozen by the chair. She took his hand in both of hers, her touch warm and grounding. Jasper, she said softly, what were you saying that night on the hill, when you were talking to the sky? What were you saying? He did not want to answer. The words felt too raw, too exposed. But Charlotte's eyes were gentle, and Peter was waiting. And somehow the truth came spilling out anyway. I was asking if there was anyone out there for me, he said quietly. I was saying that I had been alone for so long, that I had forgotten how to hope for anything different. He swallowed hard. I was praying, I suppose, to whatever might be listening, asking if I was meant to be alone forever, or if there was someone, somewhere, who might. He could not finish the sentence. Charlotte squeezed his hand. Read him the poem, Peter. Peter unfolded the paper, his hands not quite steady. When he spoke, his voice was rough. If the wind remembers me, let it carry what I cannot say. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait, and if no one ever comes for me, let the wind be my only fate. The words hit Jasper like a physical blow. He had not written them. He knew he had not written them. But they were his. Every single word. They were the shape of his loneliness, the texture of his despair, the quiet, desperate hope he had been carrying for longer than he could remember. Someone, something, had reached into his chest and pulled out the truth he could not speak, had translated his heart into words and written them on a blank piece of paper. That is what I was feeling, he whispered. That night, that is exactly what I was feeling. But you didn't write it, Charlotte said. It was not a question. No. So something else did. The implication hung in the air between them. Something else. Something that had heard Jasper's prayer and decided to answer it. Something that had taken his unspoken words and made them real. This is insane, Peter said, but his voice lacked conviction. This is absolutely insane. It is, Jasper agreed. And yet, here we are. Charlotte guided him to a chair and pressed him down gently. She poured him a cup of coffee he did not need and pushed it into his hands anyway, the warmth of the mug grounding him in the present moment. Tell me about the girl, Jasper said finally. This Bella, what did she say? Peter and Charlotte exchanged another look. This one was different, softer, almost hopeful. She's young, Peter said. 18, maybe. and she's got a spine on her. Called me ridiculous within 5 minutes of talking to me. Despite everything, Jasper felt his lips twitch. She sounds intelligent. Watch it. But Peter was almost smiling. She found the heart this morning, on her truck. Said it was completely dry even though it was raining. Said it was warm to the touch, like someone had been holding it. Said she could have sworn it had a pulse. Jasper's grip on the coffee mug tightened. She read the poem and felt something, Peter continued. Said it felt true. Like whoever wrote it understood something she'd been feeling too. She told us about being lonely, about lying in her backyard last summer, and wondering if there was someone out there for her. He paused. Sound familiar? It did. It sounded exactly like what Jasper had been doing for years. Decades. An eternity of looking at the sky and wondering if he was meant to be alone forever. She asked the same questions I did, Jasper said slowly. Different time, different place, but yeah, the same questions. Peter leaned forward. And then your heart found her, Jasper. 2,000 miles, and 3 weeks later, it landed on her windshield. With words you never wrote that say exactly what you were feeling. With my phone number, even though you didn't know my number was going to be on there. How is your phone number on it? I have no idea. I've been asking myself that all morning. Peter shook his head. But it's there. Clear as day, according to her. Which means whatever put those words on that heart also knew she'd need a way to reach us. To reach you, Jasper corrected quietly, not me. To reach us, Peter repeated firmly. Because you're family, Jasper. And whoever, whatever, set this whole thing in motion, it knew that. It knew you'd need someone to bridge the gap, to bring you two together. Jasper stared into his coffee cup, watching the dark liquid swirl. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of something that defied all sense. She could have thrown it away, Charlotte said softly. When she found that heart, she could have dismissed it as trash. Some random piece of litter that blew onto her truck. But she didn't. She picked it up. She read the poem. She called the number. Her voice was warm. That took courage, Jasper. She didn't know who would answer, didn't know what she was getting herself into. But she called anyway, because something told her it mattered. What am I supposed to do with this information? That's up to you. Charlotte reached across the table and took his hand again. But we invited her to come here, to meet you. She said yes. Jasper's head snapped up. You did what? We invited her to Texas, Peter said, having the grace to look slightly sheepish. For her school break in February. Around Valentine's Day, as it turns out. Because apparently the universe has no sense of subtlety. You invited a stranger to our home to meet me without asking me first? We invited a girl who fate literally threw at your feet to come see if there's something real here. Yes, we did that. Peter held up his hands. And before you get mad, just think about it for a second. A blank heart you made 3 weeks ago shows up 2,000 miles away with your feelings written on it in words you never spoke. That's not normal, Jasper. That's not a coincidence. That's something bigger than any of us understand, and I wasn't about to let it slip away because we were too cautious to act. Jasper stood up abruptly, pacing to the window. His reflection stared back at him, pale and haunted against the Texas sky. This is insane, he said again. You keep saying that because it keeps being true. Maybe insane isn't always bad. Peter came to stand beside him. Look, I know this is a lot. I know you've been hurt before, and I know you've got 100 reasons to be scared. But Jasper, when's the last time something like this happened to you? When's the last time the universe went out of its way to connect you with someone? Never. Because the universe does not do things like this. And yet here we are. Peter echoed Jasper's earlier words back to him. Here we are, standing in our kitchen, talking about a magic paper heart that flew across the country to find a lonely girl who was asking the same questions you were. If that's not the universe doing something, I don't know what is. Jasper pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the window. What if she meets me and realizes I am not what she expected? What if she sees what I really am and runs away? Then she wasn't the right one, but you won't know unless you try. I have tried. I tried with Alice for 76 years, and all it got me was, Alice didn't find your heart across 2,000 miles, Peter interrupted. Alice saw you in a vision and decided you fit into her plans. That's not the same thing, and you know it. Jasper fell silent. He hated that Peter was right. Hated that this strange, impossible situation was making him feel things he had spent years trying to bury. Charlotte appeared on his other side, her presence warm and steady. Jasper, she said softly, can I tell you what I heard in that girl's voice when she was talking to us? What? Hope. The same kind of hope I hear in your voice when you think no one's listening. The same quiet, desperate wish that maybe, just maybe, there's something better waiting out there. She touched his arm gently. She's scared too. She told us that. She doesn't understand any of this any more than we do. But she said yes anyway, because something in her heart told her this mattered. She does not know me. No, but she knows your words, or the words that came from you, even if you didn't write them. She read your heart, Jasper. The real one, not the paper one, and she called. Jasper closed his eyes. Behind them, he could see the hill. The stars. The red paper was dancing away into the darkness. He remembered the strange warmth that had washed over him when he let it go, the sense that something had heard him. Maybe something had. I am terrified, he admitted quietly. I know. Charlotte's hand found his and squeezed. That's okay. Being terrified doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Sometimes the scariest things are the most worth doing. What if I disappoint her? What if you don't? Peter's voice was gentle now, all the teasing gone. What if she walks through that door and sees exactly what she was hoping for? What if you're exactly what she needs, and she's exactly what you need, and all of this crazy, impossible stuff happened because something out there knew that? You cannot know that. No, I can't, but I can believe it, and so can you if you let yourself. Peter clapped a hand on his shoulder. Come on, brother, what have you got to lose? The question hung in the air. What did he have to lose? His solitude? His carefully constructed walls? The comfortable numbness he had wrapped around himself like armor? Maybe those things were worth losing. Maybe the possibility of something more was worth the risk. February, he said slowly. Valentine's Day. Yep, 3 weeks from now. Gives you plenty of time to panic, calm down, panic again, and then hopefully settle somewhere in the neighborhood of cautiously optimistic. I am not sure I know how to be cautiously optimistic. That's okay. We'll teach you. Peter grinned. First lesson, try not to look like you're about to bolt for the door whenever someone mentions the girl's name. Her name is Bella, by the way. Bella Swan. Pretty name, right? Bella. It meant beautiful in Italian. Jasper turned the name over in his mind, feeling the shape of it. What else do you know about her? Not much. She's 18. She lives with her dad. She had some kind of bad relationship before this, which is part of why she was feeling so lost. And she's brave enough to call a stranger's phone number because a piece of paper told her to. Peter's voice softened. That's about all we got, but it's a start. It is barely anything. It's more than you had this morning. This morning, you didn't even know she existed. Now you know her name, and that she's coming to meet you, and that something powerful enough to write poems on blank paper thinks you two should know each other. Peter raised an eyebrow. I'd call that progress. Jasper let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it had any humor in it. You are insufferable. Yeah, but you love me anyway. Debatable. Charlotte stepped between them, her smile warm. All right, you two, enough bickering. Jasper, why don't you sit down and let me make you something to eat? You've been out fixing fences all morning, and I know you haven't eaten. And while you eat, we can tell you everything Bella said. Every word, from the beginning. I do not need to eat. No, but you need something to do with your hands while you process all this. And holding a sandwich is better than pacing a hole in my floor. Jasper let himself be guided back to the table. Let Charlotte press a plate of food into his hands that he would eat out of politeness rather than necessity. Let Peter launch into an animated retelling of the phone call, complete with his impressions of Bella's responses. And as he listened, as the details filled in around the impossible skeleton of the story, something began to shift inside him. Fear was still there. Doubt, the bone-deep certainty that he did not deserve anything good and would only end up ruining whatever this was. But beneath all of that, something else was stirring. Something small and fragile and terrifying. Something that felt like hope. "She'll be here in 3 weeks," Peter said, finishing his account. "That's plenty of time for you to panic, for me to give you unsolicited advice, and for Charlotte to stock the guest room with enough pillows to suffocate a small army. I do not want advice from you. Brother, you've been single for 2 years and celibate for way longer than that. You need all the advice you can get." "Peter," Charlotte warned. "What? I'm just being honest. The man needs help." "The man is sitting right here," Jasper said dryly, "and the man would appreciate it if you stopped talking about him in the third person." "See? There's that dry wit Bella's gonna love." Peter grinned. "You're gonna be fine, Jasper. Awkward and terrified, probably, but fine. Your confidence in me is overwhelming. That's what brothers are for." Jasper shook his head, but he could not quite suppress the small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Peter was ridiculous. Charlotte was too kind. And somewhere in Washington, a girl named Bella was holding a paper heart with words he had never written, preparing to fly across the country to meet him. It was insane. It was impossible. It was the strangest thing that had ever happened to him in over a century and a half of strange things happening. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Jasper was looking forward to something. Chapter 6. Getting Ready. Bella's Point of View. The 3 weeks between the phone call and February 14th felt like both an eternity and the blink of an eye. Bella found herself caught in a strange limbo, going through the motions of her daily life while some part of her was already in Texas, already standing on a ranch she had never seen, already meeting a man whose heart had somehow found its way to her across 2,000 miles. She kept the paper heart in her nightstand drawer, tucked beneath a book of poetry she never read. Every night before bed, she would take it out and hold it, feeling its impossible warmth against her palm, and read the words written by no human hand. Sometimes she would trace the signature with her fingertip. J. Whitlock, Jasper. She still did not know what he looked like, still did not know the sound of his voice, the way he moved, or any of the 1,000 small details that made up a person. All she knew was his heart, laid bare in 8 lines of poetry, and the strange certainty that had settled into her bones the moment she picked up that red paper. This mattered. He mattered. Whatever was waiting for her in Texas, it was important. She just wished she knew what it was. Telling Charlie was easier than she expected. She waited until dinner, a few days after the phone call, when they were both settled at the kitchen table with plates of spaghetti in front of them. Charlie was not a man who required extensive conversation. He was comfortable with silence, with companionable quiet, with the kind of relationship where love was expressed through actions rather than words. "Dad," Bella said, twirling pasta around her fork, "I was thinking about going to visit some friends over midwinter break." Charlie looked up from his plate. "Friends? People I met recently. They live in Texas. They invited me to come stay at their ranch for a few days." Texas. Charlie's brow furrowed. "That's a long way to go for a few days." "They're sending me a plane ticket. I wouldn't have to pay for anything." "And how did you meet these people?" Bella had prepared for this question. She had spent hours trying to figure out how much to tell him, how to explain the inexplicable without sounding like she had lost her mind. In the end, she had settled on a version of the truth that was technically accurate, if not complete. "Online," she said. "We started talking, and we really clicked. They're good people, Dad. A married couple, Peter and Charlotte. They have a horse ranch outside Austin." Charlie studied her for a long moment. He was a cop. He had spent his entire career reading people, looking for the tells that separated truth from lies. Bella held his gaze and waited. "You've never mentioned them before," he said finally. "It's recent, but I feel like I've known them forever. That part, at least." Was completely true. The hour she had spent on the phone with Peter and Charlotte had felt like reconnecting with old friends rather than meeting strangers. And you're sure they're who they say they are? You hear stories about people on the internet. I'm sure, Dad. They're real. They're good. Bella reached across the table and touched his hand. I wouldn't go if I didn't feel safe. Charlie was quiet for another long moment. Then he sighed, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. You're 18, he said. Legally, I can't stop you from doing anything. Prosody. But I'm glad you told me instead of just taking off. I would never do that. I know you wouldn't. He squeezed her hand briefly before returning to his spaghetti. When do you leave? February 13th. I come back on the 18th. Valentine's Day. Charlie's voice was carefully neutral. Is there something you're not telling me, Bells? Bella felt heat rise to her cheeks. It's not like that. The timing is just coincidental. But Charlie did not push. He never pushed. It was one of the things she loved most about him. Well, text me when you land. And if anything feels wrong, anything at all, you call me. I don't care what time it is. I will. And give me the address of where you're staying, just in case. Of course. Charlie nodded, apparently satisfied, and the conversation moved on to other things. The weather, his work. The latest drama at the station involved a deputy who had accidentally locked himself in a storage closet for 3 hours. But as Bella cleared the dishes later that evening, she caught Charlie watching her with an expression she could not quite read. Thoughtful, maybe a little sad. You've seemed different lately, he said quietly. Happier, maybe, or at least less heavy. Bella paused, a plate in her hands. Is that a bad thing? No, just an observation. He stood up, dropping his napkin on the table. Whatever's going on with these Texas friends of yours, I hope it's good. You deserve something good, Bells. He shuffled off to the living room before she could respond, leaving Bella standing at the sink with a heart full of something she could not name. A shopping trip was Jessica's idea. You cannot go to Texas looking like you just rolled out of a laundry basket, she declared, cornering Bella at her locker the Monday before break. This is a big deal. You need to make an impression. It's not a big deal. I'm just visiting some friends. Friends who live on a ranch in Texas, where there will presumably be cowboys. Jessica's eyes gleamed with a fervor that made Bella slightly nervous. This requires strategic outfit planning. I'm calling Angela. We're going to Port Angeles after school. Jessica, really, I don't need. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. Jessica was already pulling out her phone. Angela, emergency shopping situation. Bella's going to Texas to meet a cowboy, and she has nothing to wear. He's not a cowboy, Bella protested weakly. Is he from Texas? Yes, but does he live on a ranch? Yes, but then he's a cowboy. Or close enough. Jessica grinned. Angela says she's in. We'll pick you up at 4. Bella opened her mouth to argue, but Jessica was already bouncing away down the hallway, her phone pressed to her ear, animatedly discussing store options with Angela. Resistance, it seemed, was futile. Port Angeles in February was cold and gray, the streets slick with recent rain, the storefronts glowing warm against the early evening darkness. Jessica navigated the shopping district with the confidence of a general surveying a battlefield, steering Bella and Angela from store to store with ruthless efficiency. No, not that one. The color washes you out. Try the darker blue. Actually, forget blue. We need something that pops. Red maybe, or green. What's his favorite color? I don't know, Bella admitted. Jessica stared at her. You don't know his favorite color? We haven't talked about that yet. What have you talked about? Things. Bella's cheeks warmed. Important things. More important than favorite colors? Jessica shook her head in disbelief. Angela, back me up here. Knowing someone's favorite color is basic information. Angela, ever the diplomat, offered Bella a sympathetic smile. Maybe just try on a few things and see what feels right? Thank you, Angela. See, Jessica? Let's just see what feels right. Fine, but if you end up looking like a sad potato in front of this mystery cowboy, don't come crying to me. They spent the next hour working their way through a department store, Jessica pulling options off racks with increasingly aggressive enthusiasm, while Angela offered gentler suggestions, and Bella tried on item after item in the cramped fitting room. Nothing felt right. The jeans were fine. She found a pair of dark wash bootcut jeans that fit well and looked good without trying too hard. Those went into the yes pile without much debate. But the tops were another matter entirely. Everything Jessica handed her was either too flashy, too tight, too low cut, or too obviously trying to impress. And everything Angela suggested, while comfortable, felt too plain, too forgettable. Too much like something she would wear to school on a regular Tuesday. "You're being impossible," Jessica said, flopping dramatically onto a bench outside the fitting room. "We've tried on like 20 shirts, and you vetoed all of them. They don't feel right." "What does feel right even mean?" "You're going to meet a guy, Bella. You want to look hot. It's not that complicated." "I don't want to look hot. I want to look like me." "You can look like you and also look hot. Those things are not mutually exclusive." Angela stood up, her eyes scanning the store. "Maybe we should try a different section. What about over there?" She pointed toward a corner of the store that Bella had not noticed before. A small display of winter sweaters, arranged by color, the soft fabrics catching the light. "Sweaters?" Jessica sounded dubious. "It's Texas. Won't it be warm?" "It's February," Angela said. "Even Texas gets cold in February." They wandered over to the display, Jessica still muttering about missed opportunities for low-cut blouses, and Bella started sorting through the options without much hope. And then she saw it. A red sweater, deep and rich, the color of wine or roses, or a paper heart left on a windshield. It was simple in design, a soft knit with a gentle V-neck, fitted but not tight. Nothing flashy or dramatic about it. But the moment Bella's fingers touched the fabric, something sparked in her chest. She pulled it off the rack and held it up to the light. The red seemed to glow, warm and inviting, and she felt a strange tug in her stomach, a pull she could not explain. "That one," she said quietly. Jessica looked over. "The red? Really? I thought you didn't want anything that pops." "I didn't think I did." Bella held the sweater against her chest, looking at herself in a nearby mirror. The color brought out the warmth in her skin, made her dark hair shine, turned her ordinary reflection into something almost striking. "But this feels right. Try it on," Angela encouraged. Bella ducked back into the fitting room and pulled the sweater over her head. The fabric was soft against her skin, warm without being heavy. She looked at herself in the mirror, at the girl in the red sweater with the nervous eyes and the hopeful expression, and felt something click into place. This was it. This was what she wanted to be wearing when she met him. She did not know why, could not have explained the certainty that filled her chest when she looked at herself in that particular shade of red. But it was there, undeniable, as real as the paper heart warming in her nightstand drawer 2,000 miles away. She bought the sweater and the jeans, ignoring Jessica's continued lobbying for something more Texas-appropriate, like cowboy boots or a denim jacket. Angela squeezed her arm as they left the store, a silent gesture of support. "You look beautiful in red," Angela said quietly. "Whoever this person is, they're lucky." "I don't know if luck has anything to do with it." Angela smiled. "Maybe not. But whatever it is, I hope it's everything you're looking for." Bella thought about the heart in her drawer. The poem was written by invisible hands. The man waiting in Texas did not know she was coming for him. "Me too," she said. The days after the shopping trip crawled by. Bella went to school, did her homework, made small talk with classmates she had known her whole life. But some part of her was already gone, already on that plane, already standing in front of a man whose loneliness had called out to her across an impossible distance. She took the heart out every night, read the poem, traced the words with her fingers. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. She was coming. She just had to get through a few more days. Jessica texted her constantly, demanding updates that did not exist. Angela sent quieter messages, just checking in, making sure Bella was okay. Charlie watched her with thoughtful eyes, but did not ask questions. And in the drawer of her nightstand, the paper heart waited, warm and patient, like it had all the time in the world. Bella's point of view. Charlotte called on a Wednesday evening, 3 days before Bella was scheduled to leave. Bella was in her room, ostensibly doing homework, but mostly staring at the ceiling and trying not to think about how terrifying it was to fly across the country to meet a stranger, when her phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. Texas area code. Her heart jumped into her throat. Hello? Bella, sweetheart, it's Charlotte. The warm southern voice wrapped around her like a blanket. I hope I'm not calling at a bad time. No, not at all. I was just not doing homework. Charlotte laughed, a soft, musical sound. I remember those days. The homework that somehow never got done because life kept getting in the way. There was a pause, and when she spoke again, her voice was gentler. How are you holding up, honey? You doing okay? The question cracked something open in Bella's chest. She had been holding it together for 3 weeks, maintaining her composure, pretending that she was not quietly losing her mind with anticipation and terror. But Charlotte's voice, so warm and understanding, made it impossible to keep pretending. I'm terrified, she admitted, and excited, and confused, and about a dozen other emotions I can't even name. That sounds about right. Charlotte's voice was warm with understanding. I'd be worried if you weren't feeling all those things. This is a big deal, Bella. What you're doing takes courage. It doesn't feel like courage. It feels like insanity. Sometimes those are the same thing. Charlotte paused. I'm calling to make sure you have everything you need. Your flight information, our address, all that practical stuff. Did the email come through okay? Yes, it came through. I have it all saved on my phone. Good. Good. Another pause, and Bella could almost hear Charlotte choosing her next words carefully. I also wanted to let you know. We told Jasper. About you. About the heart. Bella's breath caught. You did? We did. A few hours after we talked to you, actually. He came in from working on the ranch, and we sat him down and told him everything. Charlotte's voice softened. He took it about as well as you'd expect. What does that mean? It means he went through about 15 different emotions in the span of 10 minutes. Disbelief, shock, fear, hope, more fear, a little bit of anger that we'd invited you without asking him first. Charlotte chuckled. Peter talked him around eventually, but it was touch and go there for a while. Bella's hand tightened on the phone. Does he want me to come? The question came out smaller than she intended. Vulnerable. She hated how much the answer mattered to her, how much power she was giving to a man she had never met. Yes, Charlotte's voice was firm. He does. He's scared out of his mind, same as you, but he wants to meet you, Bella. He's been waiting for something like this for a very long time, even if he didn't know it. How do you know he wants it? Did he say that? Not in so many words. Jasper's not good at saying what he feels. But I've known him long enough to read between the lines. Charlotte paused. He asked about you, after we told him. He wanted to know what you sounded like, what you'd said about yourself, why you'd called instead of throwing the heart away. He pretended it was just curiosity, but I could see it in his eyes. He cares already, Bella. He just doesn't know how to admit it. Bella's eyes were stinging. She blinked hard, refusing to cry over a man she had never met. What's he like, she asked. I mean, really like. Not just the things Peter said. What's he actually like? Charlotte was quiet for a moment, considering the question. He's quiet, she said finally. Not shy exactly, but contained. He's spent a long time keeping himself guarded, holding back, not letting people see what's underneath. It can make him seem distant at first, cold even. But once you get past those walls, once he decides to trust you, there's no one more loyal or devoted. He would do anything for the people he loves, has done things, sacrificed things that most people couldn't even imagine. That sounds intense. He is intense. Everything about him is intense. The way he feels, the way he thinks, the way he loves. He doesn't do anything halfway. Charlotte's voice softened. But he's also kind, Bella. Genuinely kind. The kind of person who notices when someone's hurtin' and does something about it, even if he doesn't say a word. He's been through a lot of darkness in his life, but it hasn't made him hard. If anything, it's made him more compassionate. Bella thought about the poem. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. That was not the writing of a hard man. That was the writing of someone who felt everything, who carried the weight of his own loneliness like a stone around his neck. Is he scared? She asked quietly. About meeting me? Charlotte laughed gently. Honey, he's been a mess for 3 weeks. Peter keeps teasing him about it, which doesn't help, but between you and me, yes, he's terrified. He keeps finding excuses to walk past the guest room where you'll be staying, like he's trying to make sure it's real. And every time someone mentions Valentine's Day, he gets this look on his face like he's about to bolt for the door. That's actually kind of reassuring. I thought it might be. You're both in the same boat, Bella. Both scared, both hopeful, both trying to figure out what this thing is and whether it's real. Charlotte's voice warmed. But I've seen the way he looks when he thinks about you coming. I've seen that little spark of hope he's been missing for years. Whatever happens when you two meet, whatever comes next, I want you to know that you've already given him something precious. You've given him a reason to believe again. Bella's throat was tight. I haven't done anything. I just called a phone number. Sometimes that's all it takes. The willingness to reach out, to follow something you don't understand. Charlotte paused. He made that heart, you know, on New Year's Eve, stood on a hill behind our ranch and poured his heart out to the sky, asking if there was anyone out there for him. And then he tore that piece of paper into a heart shape and let the wind carry it away. He didn't write anything on it, Bella. Not a word. Whatever appeared on that heart, the poem, the signature, the phone number, none of that was there when he let it go. Bella knew this already. Peter had explained it during their first conversation. But hearing it again, from Charlotte's gentle voice, made it feel more real somehow. So something else wrote those words, Bella said quietly. Something else. The universe, fate, God, whatever you want to call it. Something heard him asking and decided to answer. Charlotte's voice was soft with wonder. And it sent the answer to you. All the way in Washington. A girl who was asking the same questions. That's not a coincidence, Bella. That's a miracle. Bella looked across the room to her nightstand drawer, where the heart was waiting. Warm, patient, real. I'm scared, she admitted again. What if I get there and it's not what I expected? What if we meet and there's nothing there? Then at least you'll know. At least you won't spend the rest of your life wondering. What might have happened if you'd been brave enough to try? Charlotte's voice gentled. But Bella, I don't think that's going to happen. I've got a feeling about this, and my feelings are usually right. Peter said he has feelings too. A knowing thing. He does. It's annoying as hell, honestly. He's always right, and he never lets anyone forget it. Charlotte laughed. But in this case, I'm glad he's got it. Because the moment you called, the moment he heard your voice and felt that certainty hit him, I knew this was real. Whatever this is between you and Jasper, it's real. The rest is just details. Bella took a shaky breath. What time should I arrive? At the airport, I mean. Your flight lands at 3:15. I be there to pick you up myself. Peter wanted to come, but I told him he'd scare you off with his jokes before you even made it to the ranch. Charlotte's voice warmed with affection. Just look for the woman with the dark hair and the big smile. I'll be holding a sign with your name on it, like a proper chauffeur. You don't have to do that. I know I don't have to. I want to. Charlotte paused. You're important, Bella. You might not feel like it yet, but you are, to all of us. Whatever happens with Jasper, you're already part of this family. That started the moment you picked up that heart and decided to call. Bella did not know what to say to that. Her throat was too tight, her eyes too wet. Thank you, she managed finally. For everything. For answering the phone. For believing me. For being so kind. Kindness is easy when you can see someone's heart, Charlotte said softly. And I can see yours, Bella Swan. It's a good one. Jasper's lucky you found him. I didn't find him. The heart found me. Maybe, or maybe you found each other. Charlotte's voice was warm. I'll see you in 3 days, sweetheart. Try to get some sleep between now and then, and pack a jacket. Texas is warmer than Washington, but it still gets chilly at night. I will. And Bella? Yes? Wear something you feel beautiful in. Not for Jasper, not for anyone else. For you. You deserve to feel beautiful when you walk through that door. Bella thought about the red sweater hanging in her closet. The one she had been drawn to without knowing why. The one that made her feel like herself, only brighter. I think I already have something in mind, she said. Good. Charlotte's smile was audible. I'll see you soon. The line went dead and Bella sat on her bed for a long time, the phone pressed against her chest, staring at nothing. 3 days. In 3 days, she would be in Texas. She would be walking off a plane into a new world, meeting people who already felt like family, standing face to face with a man whose loneliness had reached across 2,000 miles to find her. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was the beginning of something she could not yet understand. The night before her flight, Bella could not sleep. She lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the rain tap against her window. The same rain that had been falling the morning she found the heart. The same gray Washington weather that had followed her through months of loneliness and uncertainty and quiet desperation. Tomorrow, she would leave it behind. She got up and opened her nightstand drawer, taking out the paper heart for what felt like the 100th time. It was warm in her hands, as always. Alive, somehow, in a way that paper should not be. She read the poem again, even though she had memorized it weeks ago. If the wind remembers me, let it carry what I cannot say. I have walked too long in silence and forgotten how to pray. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. And if no one ever comes for me, let the wind be my only fate. He had waited. For so long, he had waited. And now she was coming. Bella pressed the heart against her chest, feeling its warmth seep into her skin, and closed her eyes. I found you, she whispered into the darkness. I'm coming. Just hold on a little longer. The wind picked up outside, rattling the window, and for just a moment, Bella could have sworn she felt something answer. A warmth that had nothing to do with the paper. A presence that wrapped around her like an embrace. She smiled, tucked the heart carefully into the bag she had packed for Texas, and finally fell asleep. Morning came too quickly and not quickly enough. Bella was up before her alarm, showered and dressed before the sun finished rising. She stood in front of her mirror, looking at the girl who stared back at her. Dark jeans, the ones she had bought in Port Angeles. The red sweater, soft and warm against her skin, made her look alive in a way she had not felt in months. She looked like herself, only brighter, only more. Charlie drove her to the airport in Seattle, and the 2 hours passed in comfortable silence, broken only by occasional observations about the weather or the traffic. He was not a man of many words, but Bella could feel his concern, his curiosity, his quiet hope that whatever she was walking toward would be good for her. You'll call when you land? He asked as he pulled up to the departures terminal. I'll call. And if anything feels wrong, I'll call you immediately. I promise, Dad. He nodded, his jaw tight. Then, surprising her, he reached over and pulled her into a hug. Charlie was not a hugger. This meant something. I hope he's good enough for you, he said quietly. Whoever this person is. I hope he knows how lucky he is. Bella's eyes burned. Dad, go on. He released her, clearing his throat gruffly. You'll miss your flight. She grabbed her bag and climbed out of the car, turning to wave at him through the window. He raised a hand in response, his face unreadable, and then he was pulling away, and she was alone at the curb, with a suitcase, a paper heart, and a one-way ticket to a future she could not predict. The airport swallowed her up. Security lines, boarding passes, the endless shuffle of strangers moving through the same spaces without ever really seeing each other. Bella found her gate and sat down, clutching her bag in her lap. Watching the plane's taxi past the window. In a few hours, she would be in Texas. In a few hours, she would meet him. Her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Safe travels, darlin'. We'll be waiting. Peter. It had to be Peter. Bella smiled despite her nerves and typed back a quick response. See you soon. The gate agent called her boarding group. Bella stood, shouldered her bag, and walked toward the door that would take her to the plane. Behind her, Washington and its gray skies and its familiar loneliness. Ahead of her, Texas, a ranch, a family that already felt like home. And somewhere in all of that, a man whose heart had found her across 2,000 miles. She was ready. She hoped he was too. Chapter 7. Valentine in Texas, Bella's point of view. SeaTac Airport was a sea of strangers. Bella sat at her gate, her bag clutched in her lap, watching the endless flow of people moving past her. Business travelers with their rolling suitcases and tired eyes. Families with children who ran and laughed and had no concept of sitting still. Couples holding hands, leaning into each other, existing in their own private worlds. She wondered if any of them were doing something as crazy as she was. Probably not. Probably none of them were flying across the country to meet a man whose heart had literally found them on a windshield. Probably none of them were clutching a paper heart in their bag that was still warm after 3 weeks, still impossible, still undeniably real. Just her, just Bella Swan, the girl who had never been special, never been remarkable, never been the kind of person that fate went out of its way to notice, until now. Her phone buzzed, a text from Jessica. "OMG, are you at the airport yet? Send pics. I want to see everything." Bella smiled despite her nerves and typed back. "Just waiting to board. Nothing exciting yet." "Nothing exciting? You're flying to Texas to meet a mystery cowboy on Valentine's Day. Everything is exciting." "He's not a cowboy. Ranch equals cowboy. I don't make the rules." Before Bella could respond, another text came through, this one from Angela. "Thinking of you. Whatever happens, you're brave for doing this. Text me when you land." "I will," Bella typed back. "Thanks, Angela." She tucked her phone away and looked out the window at the gray Seattle sky. Rain streaked the glass, blurring the planes lined up on the tarmac. It felt fitting, somehow. She was leaving behind the gray and the rain, and the familiar loneliness, heading toward something bright, unknown, and terrifying. The gate agent announced boarding, and Bella gathered her things. Here goes everything. Bella found her window seat and settled in, tucking her bag beneath the seat in front of her. The paper heart was in there, wrapped in a soft scarf to protect it, though she suspected it did not need protection. Whatever magic kept it warm and alive would probably keep it safe too. She leaned her head against the window and watched the ground crew loading luggage, trying to calm her racing thoughts. She watched the other passengers file past, the controlled chaos of boarding, everyone trying to find their seats and stow their luggage in the overhead compartments. The seat beside her remained empty until the very last moment, when an older woman slid in with a tired sigh. "Made it," the woman said, fanning herself with her boarding pass. "I was sure I was going to miss this flight. Traffic was a nightmare." "It usually is around here," Bella offered. The woman smiled, settling into her seat. She looked to be in her 60s, with silver hair pulled back in a loose bun and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. There was something warm about her, something that made Bella feel immediately at ease. "First time flying?" the woman asked. "No, just nervous." "Meeting someone special?" Bella blinked. "How did you know?" The woman laughed softly. "You have that look, the nervous, excited look. I've seen it before. Worn it myself, once upon a time." She extended a hand. "I'm Margaret." "Bella. Pretty name. So tell me, Bella, who's waiting for you in Texas?" Bella hesitated. How did you explain this to a stranger? How did you say a paper heart flew 2,000 miles and landed on my truck with a love poem nobody wrote? And now I'm flying to meet the man whose loneliness called out to mine. You did not. You said something simpler. Someone I've never met, Bella admitted. But I feel like I know him. It's complicated. Margaret nodded slowly, like this made perfect sense. The best love stories usually are. I don't know if it's a love story yet. Of course you don't. That's the terrifying part, isn't it? Not knowing how it ends. Margaret settled back in her seat as the plane began to taxi. Can I tell you something, Bella? Something I wish someone had told me when I was your age? Okay. The things that scare us the most are usually the things most worth doing. Margaret's voice was gentle, certain. I almost didn't marry my husband. Did you know that? I was terrified. He was from a different world than me, a different background, a different everything. Everyone said it wouldn't work. And I almost let that fear talk me out of the best thing that ever happened to me. What changed your mind? I realized that I'd rather be scared and with him than safe and without him. Margaret smiled, her eyes distant with memory. We were married for 42 years. He passed last spring. And I've never once, not for a single moment, regretted taking that leap. Bella's throat tightened. I'm sorry about your husband. Don't be sorry. Be grateful. I got 42 years with the love of my life because I chose to be brave instead of safe. Margaret reached over and patted Bella's hand. Whatever's waiting for you in Texas, whatever scares you about it, don't let the fear win. You'll never know what could have been if you don't give it a chance. The plane lifted off, the ground falling away beneath them, and Bella watched Seattle disappear into the clouds. Margaret's words echoed in her mind, settling into the spaces where doubt had been living. I'd rather be scared and with him than safe and without him. Maybe that was the whole point. Maybe love was supposed to be terrifying. Maybe the leap was the thing that mattered, not knowing where you would land. They talked for the first hour of the flight, an easy conversation about nothing important. Margaret's grandchildren, her garden, and the book she was reading. Normal things, human things. It was comforting, the ordinariness of it, a reminder that the world kept spinning even when your own life felt like it was tilting on its axis. Eventually, Margaret drifted off to sleep, her head resting against the window, and Bella was left alone with her thoughts. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the photos she did not have of Jasper, the messages she had not exchanged, the voice she had never heard. She knew almost nothing about him, his name, his loneliness, the fact that Peter and Charlotte loved him, that he had been hurt before, and that he was scared too. It was not much to build a future on. But the heart in her bag was warm, and the poem was true, and something deep in her chest kept whispering that this was right, that she was supposed to be on this plane, flying toward this man, taking this leap. She chose to believe it. The Austin airport was bright and warm, a shock after the gray of Seattle. Bella stepped off the plane and into a world that smelled different, felt different, hummed with a different kind of energy. Texas. She was actually in Texas, 2,000 miles from home, about to meet a man whose heart had called to her across the distance. Her legs felt unsteady as she walked through the terminal, following the signs toward baggage claim. The paper heart seemed to pulse in her bag, a steady warmth that matched the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She had never been so nervous in her life. The escalator carried her down to the arrivals area, and she scanned the crowd of waiting faces, looking for someone she had never seen. Bella. The voice was warm, southern, and instantly recognizable. Charlotte was standing near the exit, exactly as she had described herself. Dark hair, big smile, holding a sign with Bella Swan written in bright purple marker. Bella felt something loosen in her chest, a breath she had not known she was holding. She walked toward Charlotte, weaving through the crowd, and before she could say a word, Charlotte had pulled her into a hug. A real hug, tight and warm, like they had known each other for years instead of weeks. "Look at you," Charlotte said, pulling back to study her face. "Even prettier than I imagined. And that sweater. Honey, that color is perfect on you." Bella glanced down at the red sweater. "Thanks. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to it. Fate has a way of guiding us to what we need." Charlotte's eyes sparkled with a knowing look. "Come on, let's get your bag and get out of here. Peter's been driving Jasper crazy all day, and I promised I'd rescue him by dinner." They collected Bella's suitcase and headed out into the Texas afternoon. The sun was bright, the air warm despite it being February. and Bella had to shed her jacket before they even reached Charlotte's truck. "Sorry about the heat," Charlotte said, unlocking the doors. "Texas doesn't really do winter the way Washington does. We get a few cold days here and there, but mostly it's just this." "I don't mind." Bella climbed into the passenger seat, her bag cradled in her lap. "It's nice, actually. I'm so used to gray. Well, you'll get plenty of sun while you're here. And stars. Wait till you see the stars tonight, Bella. No light pollution out at the ranch. Just sky and stars and more sky." Charlotte started the truck and pulled out of the parking garage. "It's about an hour drive. You hungry? We can stop somewhere if you need food." "I'm okay. Too nervous to eat." Charlotte laughed softly. "I figured you might say that. Don't worry. I've got snacks at the house. And Peter's been smoking a brisket all day. Man can barely make toast, but put him in front of a smoker, and suddenly he's a culinary genius." They mowed onto the highway, the Austin skyline shrinking in the rearview mirror as they headed out into the hill country. The landscape was different here. Rolling hills dotted with scrubby trees, wide open spaces that seemed to stretch forever. "Can I ask you something?" Bella said after a few minutes of comfortable silence. "Anything, sweetheart." "How is he? Jasper, I mean, today?" Charlotte was quiet for a moment, her eyes on the road. When she spoke, her voice was gentle. "He's nervous. More nervous than I've ever seen him, actually, and I've known him a long time." She glanced at Bella with a small smile. "He's been up since before dawn. Peter tried to get him to eat something, and he just about bit his head off. Then he apologized, which is very Jasper, and went out to check on the horses even though they didn't need checking. He's been in and out of the house all day, finding things to do with his hands so he doesn't have to think about the fact that you're coming." Bella's heart clenched. "Does he regret saying yes about me coming?" "No." Charlotte's voice was firm. "Absolutely not. He's just scared, Bella, the same way you're scared. He's spent a long time believing that he doesn't deserve good things, that anyone who gets close to him will eventually leave or get hurt. The fact that you're coming all this way, that you found his heart and called instead of throwing it away, it's a lot for him to process." "I'm scared too," Bella admitted quietly. "I know you are, and that's okay. You're both walking into something unknown, something neither of you can control. That's terrifying for anyone." Charlotte reached over and squeezed her hand briefly. "But I've got a good feeling about this, Bella. Whatever happens tonight, I think you two are gonna be okay." They drove in silence for a while, the landscape rolling past, and Bella let herself sink into the warmth of the truck, the comfort of Charlotte's presence. It felt strange to be so at ease with someone she had only known through phone calls and texts. But then again, nothing about this situation was normal. "Tell me more about him," Bella said eventually. "Anything. I want to know everything." Charlotte smiled. "Well, let's see. He loves horses. Spends hours with them sometimes, just grooming and talking to them. I think they calm him down. He reads a lot, mostly history and philosophy, but I've caught him with a romance novel once or twice. Don't tell him I told you that." "I won't." "He's got this dry sense of humor that sneaks up on you. Peter's the loud, obvious, funny one, but Jasper will drop a comment so subtle you don't realize he's joking until 5 minutes later. It's kind of wonderful." Charlotte's voice warmed with affection. "He's protective of the people he loves, almost too protective sometimes. Once he decides you're his, he'd walk through fire for you. Has done, actually, in a manner of speaking. He sounds," Bella searched for the right word, "intense. He is intense, but it's the good kind of intense, if that makes sense. The kind that means he feels things deeply, cares deeply, loves deeply. He doesn't do anything halfway." Charlotte glanced at her. "I think that's why he's so scared. Because if he lets himself care about you, it'll be all or nothing. And he's afraid of what happens if it's nothing." Bella thought about the poem, the words written by invisible hands on a blank piece of paper. "If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait." He had tried. For so long, he had tried to wait. "I'm not going to run away," she said quietly. "Whatever happens, I'm not just going to disappear." "I believe you." Charlotte's voice was soft. "And I think, deep down, he believes it too. He's just not ready to admit it yet." The highway gave way to smaller roads, the landscape becoming more rural, more wild. They passed ranches and farms, cattle grazing in fields, horses standing in the afternoon sun. And then Charlotte turned down a dirt road and Bella saw it. The Whitlock Ranch. It was beautiful, simple and sprawling. A main house with a wide porch and a barn in the distance, and acres of land stretching out in every direction. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky, casting everything in golden light, and Bella felt her breath catch. "Welcome to the ranch," Charlotte said, pulling up in front of the house. "Welcome home." Jasper's point of view. Jasper had checked on the horses 4 times since sunrise. They did not need checking. They were fine, same as they had been yesterday, same as they had been every day for the past 2 years. But standing in the barn, brushing their coats and listening to their quiet breathing, was better than pacing holes in the living room floor. Better than thinking about the girl who was, at this very moment, on a plane flying toward him. He ran the brush along Apollo's flank, the repetitive motion soothing in its simplicity. The big bay gelding turned his head and nudged Jasper's shoulder, a gentle inquiry that needed no words. "I know," Jasper murmured. "I am being ridiculous." Apollo snorted, which Jasper chose to interpret as agreement. The barn door creaked, and Peter's voice floated in, lazy and amused. "You know, most people spend Valentine's Day with their significant other, not hiding in a barn with a horse." Jasper did not turn around. "I am not hiding. Brother, you've been out here since dawn. Charlotte's already left to pick up your girl, and you're still communing with the livestock." Peter's boots scuffed against the dirt floor as he approached. "That's hiding, or the closest thing to it for someone who can't actually run away. I could run away if I wanted to." "Yeah, but you won't, because underneath all that fear, you actually want to meet her." Peter leaned against the stall door, his arms crossed, a knowing smile on his face. "Admit it." Jasper said nothing. He focused on the brush, on the horse, on anything except the truth of Peter's words. "You know," Peter continued, undeterred by the silence, "I've known you a long time. Longer than just about anyone still walking around. And I've never, not once, seen you this worked up over anything. You faced down Maria without flinching. You walked away from Alice without looking back. But one human girl gets on an airplane, and suddenly you're a nervous wreck. I am not a nervous wreck. You reorganized the bookshelf this morning, by publication date, in the middle of making coffee." Peter's grin was audible. "You're absolutely a nervous wreck, and it's the most entertaining thing I've seen in decades." Jasper finally turned, fixing his brother with a flat stare. "I am pleased my discomfort amuses you." "Oh, it does, immensely." Peter pushed off from the stall door and clapped a hand on Jasper's shoulder. "But in all seriousness, you need to calm down. You're gonna scare the poor girl before she even gets through the front door. What if she takes one look at me and realizes she made a mistake?" The question came out before Jasper could stop it, raw and honest in a way he rarely allowed himself to be. Peter's expression softened, the teasing fading into something gentler. "Then she's an idiot, and you're better off without her." Peter squeezed his shoulder. "But that's not going to happen. I talked to her, remember? I heard her voice when she read that poem. She's not coming all this way just to turn around and leave." "You cannot know that. I can feel it. That knowing thing I've got, it hasn't steered me wrong yet. And right now it's telling me that this girl is exactly where she's supposed to be. Same as you." Peter held his gaze. "Trust it, Jasper. For once in your eternal life, trust that something good is happening." Jasper looked away, his jaw tight. Trusting was not something that came easily to him. He had trusted Maria, and she had turned him into a weapon. He had trusted Alice, and she had tried to make him into a project. Every time he let his guard down, every time he allowed himself to hope, something came along to remind him why hope was dangerous. But the paper heart had been real. The poem had been real. And the girl, Bella, she was real too. Real enough to pick up a phone and call a stranger. Real enough to get on a plane and fly across the country. Real enough to take a leap of faith on nothing but a feeling. Maybe he owed her the same courage. "What time is it?" he asked quietly. "A little after 3. Charlotte should be picking her up right about now. They'll be here in about an hour." An hour, 60 minutes, 3,600 seconds. He could survive that. Probably. Jasper showered and changed 3 times before settling on dark jeans and a gray button-down shirt that Charlotte had once told him brought out his eyes. He did not know if that was true, and he did not particularly care about making his eyes stand out, but he wanted to look presentable, normal, like someone worth flying 2,000 miles to meet. Peter, of course, had opinions. "You look like you're going to a job interview," he said, lounging on the living room couch while Jasper paced in front of the fireplace. "Loosen up a little. Unbutton the top button. Roll up your sleeves. I am not taking fashion advice from a man who owns 12 identical black t-shirts." "Those shirts are classic and versatile." Peter sat up, his expression turning serious. "Look, I'm going to give you some advice, and you're going to hate it, but I'm going to say it anyway. When has that ever stopped you?" "Never. It's part of my charm." Peter leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Here's the thing, Jasper. You've spent a real long time convinced that you're not worth loving. That anyone who gets close to you is gonna end up hurt or disappointed. And maybe some of that is true. You've got a past. You've done things. We all have." Jasper's hands curled into fists at his sides. "But here's the other thing," Peter continued. "That girl didn't fall for your past. She fell for your heart. The words that appeared on that paper, the loneliness and the hope and the quiet desperation, that's what called to her. Not the soldier, not the weapon, not any of the darkness you're so afraid of. Just you, the real you. But one you've been hiding for so long. She does not know what I am. No, but she will eventually, and when she finds out, she'll either accept it or she won't. But you can't control that, Jasper. All you can control is how you show up tonight. Whether you let her see the real you or whether you hide behind walls and expect her to scale them." Peter's eyes were steady on his. "Don't make her climb. Not tonight. Just let her in. See what happens." Jasper was quiet for a long moment, the weight of Peter's words settling over him. "What if I do not know how to let someone in anymore?" "Then you figure it out, one step at a time, one conversation at a time." Peter smiled. "You're not as broken as you think you are, brother. You just need someone patient enough to see past the cracks. And something tells me this girl might be exactly that." The sound of tires on gravel cut through the silence. Jasper's head snapped toward the window, his entire body going rigid. Through the glass, he could see Charlotte's truck coming up the drive, a cloud of dust trailing behind it. She was here. "Showtime," Peter said, rising from the couch. "Remember, breathe, don't run, and for the love of all that's holy, try to smile at least once. I know how to smile. Could have fooled me." Peter headed for the door, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. "Hey, you've got this. Whatever happens, you've got this." He disappeared outside, leaving Jasper alone in the living room with his racing thoughts and his useless undead heart. Jasper heard the truck doors open, heard Charlotte's voice, warm and welcoming, and Peter's laughter in response. Heard footsteps on the porch, the creak of the screen door, the murmur of conversation in the hallway. He could not move. He was rooted to the spot, every muscle locked, every instinct screaming at him to flee, even as something deeper held him in place. This was it. This was the moment he had been dreading and anticipating for 3 weeks. The moment when fantasy met reality, when hope met fear, when everything he wanted and everything he was afraid of collided in a single instant. The footsteps grew closer. Peter's voice. "And this is the living room. Jasper's around here somewhere, probably trying to look casual and failing miserably." Charlotte's gentle laugh. "Peter, be nice." And then she was there, standing in the doorway, looking at him. The first thing he saw was the red. A sweater, deep and rich, the color of wine or roses or a paper heart left on a windshield. It caught the light from the window and seemed to glow, warm and alive. And for a moment, Jasper could not breathe. Red, his favorite color. The color he had never told anyone about. The color that had always made him think of passion and courage, and the heart he had stopped believing he possessed. She was wearing red, and she was beautiful, and he did not know how to process either of those things. His gaze traveled upward, past the sweater, past the dark hair that tumbled over her shoulders, and found her eyes. Brown, deep and warm, and filled with the same fear and hope and desperate longing that he felt churning in his own chest. She was looking at him like he was the answer to a question she had been asking her whole life. Like he was something precious and terrifying and worth the risk. No one had ever looked at him like that before. The room was silent. Peter and Charlotte had faded into the background, their presence forgotten, their voices irrelevant. There was only her, only him, only the impossible space between them, charged with something neither of them could name. Jasper opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. What did you say to the person who had found your heart across 2,000 miles? What did you say to the girl who had read your deepest loneliness and called it beautiful? What did you say to fate when it finally, after 160 years, decided to be kind? He did not know, so he said nothing. He just looked at her, drinking in the sight of her, trying to memorize every detail of this moment. The way she held herself was nervous, but brave. The way her hands clutched the strap of her bag, white-knuckled with tension. The way her lips parted slightly, like she wanted to speak, but could not find the words either. They stood there, frozen, connected by something invisible and undeniable. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Jasper Whitlock felt something other than alone. Chapter 8. Finding Home. Jasper's point of view. The silence stretched between them, like a living thing. Jasper could not look away from her, could not move, could not do anything except stand there like a fool, drinking in the sight of the girl who had found his heart across 2,000 miles. She was beautiful, not in the cold, perfect way of his kind, but in a way that was warm and real and achingly human. Brown hair that caught the light from the window, brown eyes that held his gaze without flinching, a red sweater that made something in his chest ache with recognition. Red. She was wearing red. Peter cleared his throat, breaking the spell. Well, this isn't awkward at all. Charlotte elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Peter. What? Someone had to say something. They were just going to stand there staring at each other until the sun went down. Jasper felt heat creep up the back of his neck, which was ridiculous because he was a vampire, and vampires did not blush. But something about this girl, about the way she was looking at him, made him feel more human than he had in over a century. I am sorry, he said, and his voice came out rougher than he intended. I did not mean to stare. It's okay. Her voice was softer than he expected, warmer. I was staring too. Another silence, but this one was different, charged with something that made the air between them hum. Charlotte stepped forward, her hand gentle on Bella's shoulder. Why don't you two sit down and talk? Peter and I will get dinner ready. Give you some time to get acquainted. That's a great idea, Peter said, already backing toward the kitchen. Take all the time you need. We'll be in the other room. Not listening. Probably. Peter. Charlotte's voice carried a warning. I'm going. They disappeared into the kitchen, and suddenly Jasper was alone with her. Alone with Bella Swan, the girl who had read his heart and decided he was worth finding. He gestured toward the couch. Would you like to sit? Sure. She moved past him, close enough that he caught her scent. Warm and sweet, with something underneath that made his instincts stir in a way they never had before. Something else. Something deeper. She sat on one end of the couch, her bag still clutched in her lap. Jasper took the other end, leaving a careful distance between them. Too close felt dangerous. Too far felt wrong. So, she said. So, he echoed. They looked at each other, and despite everything, despite the fear and the uncertainty and the sheer impossibility of the situation. Jasper felt the corner of his mouth twitch. "This is strange," he admitted. "Very strange." But she was almost smiling too. "I've been thinking about what I would say to you for 3 weeks, and now that I'm here, I can't remember any of it. I have had the same problem. Peter has been giving me advice on conversation topics, but I suspect most of his suggestions were designed to embarrass me." "What kind of suggestions?" "I would rather not say." She laughed, a soft sound that did something complicated to his chest. "That bad?" "Worse." He paused, gathering his courage. "May I ask you something?" "Anything." "Why did you come?" "The real reason. Not the version you told your father or your friends. The real reason you got on a plane and flew 2,000 miles to meet a stranger." Bella was quiet for a moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the strap of her bag. When she spoke, her voice was thoughtful. "Because I felt something. When I read the poem on that heart, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, maybe ever." She met his eyes. "I was in a relationship before this, a bad one. Not abusive or anything, just wrong. He wanted to control everything about me, where I went, who I talked to, what I did. He thought he loved me, but it wasn't love. It was possession." Jasper's jaw tightened. The thought of anyone treating her that way made something dark stir in his chest. "When I read your words," she continued, "they felt like the opposite of that. They felt like someone reaching out, not trying to grab or control, just hoping. Hoping that someone would hear them. Hoping that they weren't alone." Her eyes glistened. "I knew that feeling. I had been living in that feeling for months. And I thought, if someone else understands this, if someone else knows what it's like to be that lonely, then maybe we're supposed to find each other. That is," Jasper swallowed hard, "that is more than I deserve." "Why do you say that?" "Because I have done things. Things that would make you run if you knew about them." The words came out before he could stop them. Dark and honest. "I am not a good man, Bella. I have tried to be, for a long time now, but the things I have done cannot be undone." He expected her to pull away, to close off, to retreat, to show some sign of the fear that his confession should have inspired. Instead, she leaned forward slightly. "Everyone has a past, Jasper. Everyone has things they regret. That doesn't mean you don't deserve to be happy. You do not know what I am. Maybe not everything, but I know enough." Her gaze was steady, unafraid. "I know you wrote a poem about being lonely for so long that you forgot how to pray. I know you sent your heart out into the wind because you had given up on anyone finding you. I know you're scared right now, the same way I'm scared, because this feels too big and too important to be real." She paused. "And I know you're not human." The words landed like stones in still water. Jasper went very still. "What did you say?" "I know what you are." Bella's voice was calm, matter of fact, like she was discussing the weather instead of dropping a bomb in the middle of his living room. "Vampire. That's the word, right? Cold skin doesn't age. Probably shouldn't be as beautiful as you are. The Cullens told me back when I was dating Edward, although dating is a generous term for what we were doing." Jasper's mind reeled. The Cullens, Edward. She had known them. She had been with Edward. The relationship she had described, the controlling one, the wrong one. "You were with Edward," he said slowly, "for about 6 months. Last year. It didn't end well." A shadow crossed her face. "He and Alice, they had this idea of who I was supposed to be, what my future was supposed to look like. They tried to fit me into their plans without ever asking what I wanted. I broke up with him in June. They left Forks right after." "I know the Cullens." The admission felt strange on his tongue. "I was with them before, for many years. I left 2 years before they went to Forks." Bella's eyes widened slightly. "You were with them? Alice and Edward and—" "All of them. Carlisle, Esme, Rosalie, Emmett, and Alice." He paused, the old wound aching faintly. "Alice and I were together for 76 years. 76 years. Bella breathed the words. "That's a long time." "It is. And for most of it, I thought I was happy, or at least I thought I was supposed to be happy. Alice had seen me in a vision, you see. She knew we would be together before we ever met, and I wanted so badly to be what she saw, to fit into the future she had planned, that I never stopped to ask if it was what I actually wanted. He shook his head. It was not. I realized that eventually, but it took me far too long. So you left. I left. 2 years ago. I came here, to Peter and Charlotte. And I have been trying to figure out who I am without Alice's visions guiding my every step. He met her eyes. And then a paper heart I made on a hillside flew 2,000 miles and found you. The girl who dated my former family, who knows what I am, and somehow is not running away screaming. The world is very small sometimes. A smile tugged at her lips. Or maybe fate just has a sense of humor. Peter would agree with you on that. They sat in silence for a moment, but it was different now. The tension had shifted, evolved into something warmer. The secrets were out, at least some of them, and they were both still here, still sitting on this couch, still looking at each other like they could not quite believe the other was real. Can I ask you something now? Bella said. Of course. The poem, the words on the heart. Peter and Charlotte said you didn't write them, that the heart was blank when you let it go. That is true. I made the heart on New Year's Eve. I stood on a hill behind this ranch and I spoke to the sky, said all the things I had been holding inside for years. And then I let the heart go and the wind took it. But I never wrote a single word. So where did the poem come from? Jasper shook his head slowly. I do not know. Peter thinks it was fate. Charlotte thinks it was the universe answering a prayer. I do not know what I think, except that somehow something heard me that night. Something took the words I could not say and wrote them down. And then it sent them to you. To me, specifically, the poem says her. If there is someone meant to find me, let her know I tried to wait. Jasper's voice dropped. It was looking for you, Bella. Whatever wrote those words, it was looking for you. Bella's breath caught. Her eyes were bright, shimmering with something that looked like tears. That's the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me, she whispered. It is simply the truth. Sometimes the truth is the most romantic thing of all. She reached out, slowly, giving him time to pull away if he wanted to. Her hand crossed the distance between them, moving toward his, where it rested on his knee. Jasper watched her approach, his whole body tense with anticipation. He should warn her, should tell her that his skin was cold, that touching him would be like touching marble, that she might recoil from the inhuman chill of him. But he could not make himself speak. Could not do anything except wait, breathless as her warm fingers made contact with his. The touch was electric. Her skin was warm against his, impossibly warm, like sunlight after years of darkness. And beneath the warmth, beneath the simple physical sensation, there was something else. A pull, a recognition, a feeling that slammed into his chest with the force of a hurricane. Mine. The word rose up from somewhere deep inside him, primal and undeniable. Not possessive like Edward had been with her, not controlling, just certain, like his very soul was recognizing something it had been searching for without knowing it existed. His whole body shuddered, and from his chest came a sound he had never made before. A low, rumbling vibration that he could not have stopped if he tried. A sound he had heard Peter make with Charlotte. A sound he had thought would never belong to him. A purr, soft, almost inaudible, but unmistakably there. Bella's eyes widened. What was that? Jasper tried to pull his hand away, mortified, but she held on. Her grip was gentle but firm, her warm fingers wrapped around his cold ones, like she had no intention of letting go. Jasper, what was that sound? He closed his eyes, fighting for composure. It is a vampire thing, something we do when... He could not finish the sentence. When what? When we are with our mate. The word hung in the air between them. Mate. Such a small word for such an enormous concept. The person you were destined for. The other half of your soul. The one being in all the universe that was made specifically for you. Bella did not let go of his hand. "Your mate," she repeated slowly. "I am sorry." Jasper forced his eyes open, forced himself to meet her gaze. "I did not mean to presume. I know we have only just met. I know this is overwhelming. I am not saying that you have to feel the same way. Or that you owe me anything. I just—" "Jasper," he stopped. "I felt it too." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "When I touched you, like something clicked into place. Like I've been walking around my whole life with a piece missing, and I didn't even know it until right now." His dead heart clenched in his chest. "You felt it?" "I felt it." She smiled, soft and wondering. "I don't know what it means yet. I don't know where this goes from here. But I felt it." Jasper looked down at their joined hands, his pale and cold, hers warm and alive. Two people who should never have found each other, connected by a paper heart, a poem, and something that felt very much like destiny. "I have waited a long time for this," he said quietly. "For you. I did not know I was waiting, but I was. My whole life, I have been waiting for you." "Then I'm glad I found you." Her thumb traced a small circle on the back of his hand. "Or I'm glad the wind brought me." Whichever it was, perhaps both. "Perhaps both," she agreed. From the kitchen, Peter's voice floated out. "You two gonna sit in there holding hands all night, or do you want some dinner?" Charlotte's response was muffled, but clearly exasperated. Bella laughed, the sound bright and warm, and Jasper felt something he had not felt in a very long time. Joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. "We should probably eat," Bella said. "Well, I should eat. I don't know what you do." "I can eat. It is not necessary, but I can do it." He paused. "I would very much like to have dinner with you, Bella Swan." "Then let's have dinner." She stood, still holding his hand, and tugged him gently to his feet. "And after that, maybe you can show me those Texas stars Charlotte keeps talking about." "I would like that." They walked toward the kitchen together, hand in hand, and Jasper marveled at how natural it felt, how right. He had spent over a century and a half believing he was destined to be alone, believing that the darkness in his past had disqualified him from any kind of happiness, believing that love, real love, was something that happened to other people. But here was this girl, this human girl, with her warm hands and her brave heart, and her inexplicable willingness to see past all his walls. Maybe he had been wrong. Maybe, after all this time, he was finally allowed to hope. Bella's point of view. Dinner was an experience. Peter's brisket was, as Charlotte had promised, exceptional. The meat fell apart at the touch of a fork, smoky and tender, and Bella found herself eating more than she had expected, despite her nerves. Peter kept up a steady stream of commentary, telling embarrassing stories about Jasper that earned him glares and the occasional dry retort. Charlotte balanced out his chaos with gentle questions and warm smiles, making Bella feel as if she had known them for years rather than hours. And through it all, there was Jasper. He sat beside her at the table, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He ate, which surprised her, actually putting food on his plate and consuming it like a normal person. When she caught him looking at her, which was often, he did not look away. Just held her gaze with those deep, red eyes until she felt heat creep up her cheeks. Red eyes, not golden like the Cullens. She had wondered about that, but Charlotte had mentioned something on the drive about their particular diet. Criminals only, she had said. Not innocents. A compromise between the Cullens' animal blood and the traditional way. It meant he was trying to find his own path, somewhere between the extremes. She wanted to know more about that path. Wanted to understand how he saw himself and help him see what she was starting to see. Not a monster or a weapon or a collection of past sins, but a man who had been alone for too long and was finally, tentatively, allowing himself to hope. After dinner, Charlotte shooed them out of the kitchen. "Go on, you two. Take a walk. Show her the property." She winked at Bella. "The stars should be coming out soon. Best view in Texas from the hill out back. The hill? Bella glanced at Jasper. Something flickered in his expression. The hill where I made the heart. On New Year's Eve. Oh, her breath caught. I'd like to see it, is that's okay? It is more than okay. He offered her his hand, and she took it without hesitation. His skin was cold, but she was getting used to that. It felt like him. It felt like home. They walked out into the Texas evening, past the barn and the paddocks, following a worn path through the grass. The sun had set while they were eating, and the sky was deepening from orange to purple to the deep velvet blue of true night. Stars were beginning to emerge, faint at first, then brighter, then more than Bella had ever seen in her life. She stopped walking, tilting her head back to stare. Oh my, there are so many. Jasper stopped beside her, following her gaze upward. No light pollution out here, just sky and stars and silence. It's incredible. She turned in a slow circle, trying to take it all in. The stars stretched from horizon to horizon, a river of light flowing across the darkness. She had never felt so small, so insignificant, and somehow, at the same time, so connected to something vast and ancient and beautiful. This is what I was looking at, Jasper said quietly. That night, when I made the heart, I was standing on that hill, looking at these same stars, asking them if there was anyone out there for me. Bella looked at him. In the starlight, his features were softened, almost ethereal. He looked young and old at the same time. Timeless. Beautiful in a way that made her chest ache. And they answered, she said. They sent me you. They started walking again, climbing the gentle slope of the hill until they reached the top. It was not a dramatic summit, just a slight rise in the landscape. But standing there, Bella could see why Jasper had chosen it. The ranch spread out below them. Warm lights glowing in the windows of the house. The sky arched overhead, endless and eternal. And the wind, that same wind that had carried a paper heart 2,000 miles, whispered through the grass like a living thing. It feels different here, Bella said. Peaceful. It is the only place I have ever felt truly at home. Jasper turned to face her, his expression serious. And now you are here, standing where I stood, looking at the same stars I looked at. His voice dropped. I did not think this was possible, Bella. I did not think I was allowed to have this. Have what? You. This. A chance at something real. He reached out, his cold fingers brushing a strand of hair from her face. The touch was feather light, reverent. I'd have made so many mistakes, hurt so many people. I convinced myself that I did not deserve happiness, that I was meant to be alone. And now I am standing on a hillside with a girl who flew across the country to find me. And I'm starting to think that maybe I was wrong. His hand cupped her cheek, cool and gentle. Maybe the universe knew something I did not. Bella leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment. When she opened them, he was looking at her with an intensity that made her breath catch. Can I ask you something? She whispered. Anything. Did the wind bring me, or did I come on my own? The question hung in the air between them, soft and wondering. Jasper's lips curved into the first real smile she had seen from him, small but genuine, transforming his whole face. Maybe both, he said, and then he kissed her. His lips were cool against hers, but the sensation that rushed through her was anything but cold. It was heat and light, and a feeling of rightness so profound that tears sprang to her eyes. This was what she had been looking for. This was what she had been missing. Not Edward's possessive intensity or the calculated perfection of the Cullens world. Just this, a man who had been lonely for too long, finally letting himself reach for something good. Jasper's arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer, and she felt it again. That click, that recognition, like two puzzle pieces sliding into place after decades of searching. And then she heard it. A sound rising from his chest, deep and resonant, vibrating against her like a physical thing. A purr, not soft and tentative like before, but full and rich and undeniable. the sound of a vampire who had found his mate and was helpless to contain his joy. Bella broke the kiss, pulling back just enough to look at him. His eyes were closed, his expression almost pained, the purr still rumbling through him like distant thunder. Jasper. He opened his eyes. They were molten gold in the starlight, filled with something that looked very much like wonder. "I am sorry," he murmured. "I cannot seem to stop it." "Don't stop it." She pressed her hand against his chest, feeling the vibration against her palm. "I like it. You like that I am purring at you like an overgrown house cat? I like that you're happy." She smiled up at him. "I like that I make you happy." "You do, more than I can say." He pressed his forehead against hers, the purr slowly fading, but not disappearing entirely. "I have not felt like this I do not think I have ever felt like this, not once in 160 years. Good." She reached up, tracing the line of his jaw with her fingertips. "Because I don't think I've ever felt like this either. And I've only been alive for 18 years, so I don't have as good an excuse." He laughed, a low sound that surprised them both. "You are extraordinary, Bella Swan." "I'm really not." "You are. You found a paper heart on your windshield, and instead of throwing it away, you called a stranger. You got on a plane and flew across the country to meet a man you had never seen. You looked a vampire in the eye and did not run." His voice softened. "You are the bravest person I have ever met. Or the craziest. Perhaps both, like the wind in the choice." He kissed her forehead gently. "I am grateful either way." They stood together on the hilltop, wrapped in each other's arms. The stars wheeling slowly overhead. The wind whispered around them, and Bella thought she could almost hear something in it. A voice. A presence. Something vast and patient that had been waiting for this moment as long as they had. "Wait here," she said suddenly. "I have something for you." She pulled away reluctantly and reached into the bag she had carried with her. Her fingers found the soft fabric of the scarf, and beneath it, the familiar warmth of the paper heart. She pulled it out carefully, cradling it in her hands. It glowed faintly in the starlight, or maybe that was just her imagination. But it was definitely warm, warmer than it had any right to be, pulsing gently against her palms like it knew what was about to happen. "I've been carrying this with me since January," she said, holding it out to him. "It found me, but it was always yours, your heart, your words, your hope." Jasper stared at the paper heart, his expression unreadable. Slowly, reverently, he reached out and took it from her hands. The moment his fingers touched it, the warmth intensified. Bella could feel it from where she stood, a wave of heat that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with something far more profound. "I thought I let this go," Jasper whispered. "I thought I released it into the wind, and it was gone forever. It came back, it found me, and I brought it back to you." Bella stepped closer, covering his hands with hers, both of them holding the heart together. "I think that's what it was trying to do all along. Find its way home." Jasper looked up at her, and there were tears in his eyes. Vampires could cry, apparently. She had not known that. "Bella, I came here because of a poem," she said softly. "Because of words that appeared on a piece of paper that should have been blank. I didn't know what I was looking for. I just knew I had to find it." She squeezed his hands gently. "And now I know. I wasn't looking for a heart, Jasper. I was looking for you. I think I found my heart." The tears spilled over, tracking down his pale cheeks. He made no move to wipe them away. "You are my mate," he said, and it was not a question. "I felt it the moment you touched me in the living room. Every instinct I have, every part of me that is vampire, and every part that is man, they all know. You are mine, Bella, and I am yours. If you will have me, I will have you." The words came easily, naturally, like she had been waiting her whole life to say them. "I don't care about your past. I don't care about the things you've done. I care about who you are now. I care about the man who wrote a poem with his heart and trusted the wind to carry it. I care about the man who waited 160 years for someone who would see him clearly. She rose up on her toes and pressed a soft kiss to his lips. I care about you, Jasper Whitlock, and I'm not going anywhere. He kissed her again, deeper this time, and the purr returned full force, vibrating through both of them like a song. The paper heart glowed warm between their joined hands, a witness to the moment, a testament to the journey that had brought them here. When they finally broke apart, breathless and trembling, the stars seemed brighter than before. The wind had stilled, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. "Happy Valentine's Day," Bella whispered. Jasper laughed, the sound rich with joy and wonder. "Happy Valentine's Day." They stood on the hilltop, the paper heart cradled between them, and watched the stars wheel slowly overhead. Two people who had been alone for too long, finally finding each other. Two hearts that had traveled impossible distances to beat together in the darkness. The wind picked up again, gentle and warm, and Bella could have sworn she heard it sigh with satisfaction. Its work was done. They had found each other at last. Epilogue, forever. Jasper's point of view. The stars had shifted by the time Jasper's phone buzzed in his pocket. He was still on the hill with Bella, still holding her close, still marveling at the impossible reality of her warmth against his side. They had been talking for hours, or maybe minutes, or maybe no time at all. Time had become irrelevant the moment she had pressed the paper heart into his hands and said the words that had undone him completely. "I think I found my heart." The phone buzzed again, insistent. Bella stirred against him. "You should probably get that." "It can wait. It might be important." Jasper sighed and pulled the phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen. The number was unlisted, but he knew it instantly. Some things you did not forget, even after 2 years of silence. Alice. He hesitated, his thumb hovering over the screen. Bella was watching him, her brown eyes curious in the starlight. "Who is it?" "Someone from my past." He met her gaze. "Do you mind if I answer? You will be able to hear both sides of the conversation." "Go ahead." He accepted the call and lifted the phone to his ear. "Hello, Alice." A pause on the other end. Then that familiar voice, musical and light, with an undercurrent of something he could not quite identify. "Happy Valentine's Day, Jasper." "Happy Valentine's Day." Another pause, longer this time. He could picture her on the other end of the line, her small frame, her spiky dark hair, her eyes that had once seemed to see everything. She had probably known he would be here, on this hill, with this girl. She had probably seen it in a vision weeks ago. "I think I was wrong," Alice said finally, "about the path I saw for you." Jasper's grip tightened on the phone. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I spent 76 years trying to fit you into the future I wanted, the future I thought was best for both of us." Her voice wavered slightly. "But I never asked what you wanted. I never considered that my visions might be showing me possibilities, not certainties. That may be the path I saw was just one of many." Bella's hand found his in the darkness, her warm fingers threading through his cold ones. He held on, like she was the only solid thing in a shifting world. "Alice, I'm not calling to apologize. Or maybe I am. I don't know." A soft laugh, tinged with something that sounded almost like tears. "I'm calling because I saw something tonight. A new vision. One I've never seen before." "What did you see?" "You. Happy. Really, truly happy. For the first time since I've known you." Alice's voice dropped to a whisper. "I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know you could look like that. And I realized that I never made you look like that. Not once in 76 years. Jasper closed his eyes. The old guilt stirred in his chest, but it was fainter now, softer, tempered by the warmth of Bella's hand in his and the truth of Alice's words. "I hope you found your forever, Jasper." Alice's voice was gentle, sincere. "I hope she's everything you deserve." He opened his eyes and looked at Bella. She was watching him with an expression he could not quite read, her dark hair stirring in the wind, her red sweater bright even in the darkness. The girl who had found his heart. The girl who had chosen to come to him. The girl who made him feel, for the first time in over a century, like he might actually deserve something good. "I think I have," he said softly. Silence on the line. Then, barely audible, "Goodbye, Jasper." "Goodbye, Alice." The call ended, and the night was quiet again. Bella squeezed his hand. "Are you okay?" "I am." He tucked the phone back into his pocket and turned to face her fully. "That was Alice, my former partner, from the Cullens. The one who saw you in a vision before you met." "Yes." He hesitated, searching for the right words. "There is a great deal I have not told you yet. About my time with them. About my time before them. About the things I have done and the person I used to be. You don't have to tell me tonight. I know, but I want you to know that I will tell you, all of it, when you are ready to hear it." He lifted her hand to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss to her knuckles. "The Cullens, my history with Alice, the wars I fought before I ever met them, and it's all a story for another day. But I promise you, Bella, I will not keep secrets from you. Not anymore. I can wait," she smiled. Soft and sure. "We have time." "We do." The words felt strange on his tongue, hopeful. "We have all the time in the world." She rose up on her toes and kissed him, soft and sweet, and Jasper felt the purr building in his chest again. He did not try to stop it this time, did not feel embarrassed or exposed. This was who he was now. A man who purred for his mate. A man who had found his forever. They stayed on the hill, long after the phone call faded from memory. Wrapped in each other's arms, stealing kisses beneath the endless Texas sky. The paper heart was tucked safely in Jasper's pocket, warm against his chest. A reminder of the impossible journey that had brought them together. Somewhere out there, Alice was seeing visions of a future that no longer included him. The Cullens were living their lives, moving through the world, perhaps wondering what had become of the broken soldier who had left them 2 years ago. Let them wonder. He had found something better, something real, something that had nothing to do with visions or plans or the carefully constructed futures that others tried to impose on him. He had found Bella, and she had found him. "The stars are beautiful tonight," Bella murmured against his chest. "They are." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "But not as beautiful as you." She laughed, the sound bright and warm in the darkness. That was cheesy. It was also true. "You're going to be one of those romantic types, aren't you? Writing poetry and saying sweet things and making me blush constantly? I have been alive for over 160 years. He tilted her chin up, meeting her eyes. "I have a great deal of poetry saved up. You should prepare yourself. I think I can handle it." "I think you can handle anything." He kissed her again, deeper this time, and the purr rumbled through him like thunder. The wind picked up around them, warm and gentle, and Jasper could have sworn he felt something in it. A presence, a blessing. The same force that had carried his heart across 2,000 miles, finally satisfied with its work. "Thank you," he thought, not knowing who or what he was thanking. "Thank you for bringing her to me." The wind sighed in response, and then it was gone, leaving only the two of them on the hilltop, wrapped in each other's arms, beginning a story that had been written in the stars long before either of them knew to look for it. This was not an ending. This was a beginning, and Jasper Whitlock, for the first time in his very long life, could not wait to see what came next.
Thanks for listening to this story. I hope it pulled you in the way it pulled me. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps this channel grow. Until next time, stay curious, stay wild, and keep believing in love worth fighting for.